We're starting stream number two, three, two, one. Boom, Mike, hello. No, there's base. Let's see if those pop into the chat. There goes one. There goes two. All right. Hello. Welcome in. If you're watching on YouTube, it's good to have you. My name is Luke. This is a food stream. It was recorded live on Tuesday, May 19th. If you're watching at any point after that, thank you. Please hit the like and subscribe button. I appreciate you. For a little couple housekeeping notes, if you are on YouTube, if you're watching the vertical stream, the chat is going to be somewhere here or below. If you're watching on the landscape, the desktop version of the stream, the chat is going to be down here. What I'm responding to is messages from both Twitch and YouTube. So we have both of those things. So if you're like, well, Luke, who are you talking to? All of that is going to be down here on the screen or somewhere in the center. Anyway, this is a food and drink stream. I am a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy that you're here. Thank you for joining / watching. If you're watching after the fact, it would be amazing if you hit the subscribe button. We love to see that. The algorithm loves it, and we love when the algorithm loves the stream. Our stream is all about cooking and conversations, mostly vegetable forward family meals. We do trip prep, we do meal prep, we do recipe development on stream. I bake, make snacks. Sometimes we go out in the world for IRL streams. It's fun. We have a very enthusiastic community, like to chat. You can derail me if you want, but if you don't like chatting, that's also okay. Subscribes are silent, follows are silent. Please feel free to lurk if you like. Today we are prepping for a camping trip. I go camping pretty regularly. What we're doing is we're doing a couple full dishes. We're doing a risotto dish in completion and a mushroom bake in completion, as well as pasta salad for lunch. We're also going to be caramelizing some onion, cooking or marinating some chicken thighs for chicken sandwiches, and then making a dressing for a fruit dessert. So what is the menu for this particular trip? Pretty straightforward. We have breakfast, eggs and sausage with caramelized onion, corn and green onion, corn, cheddar, green onion, skillet cakes, also with sausages. We're doing oatmeal with special toppings, which are like basically a jar of like marshmallows, coconut, sugar, chocolate chips. It's just kind of like what are the leavings of a bunch of baking stuff. That's what special toppings is. And then we're doing some breakfast wraps, which are from the last trip. I made a bunch of them. I froze them. I still have them in the freezer, so we're going to bring those on this trip and have them again. Lunches are going to be pasta salad at least 2 days, and then we're going to buy lunch another day. Dinners are going to be a pesto chicken sandwich with caramelized onion and Havarti cheese on a roll, along with a side of grilled asparagus. That's one. Another one is going to be risotto with fire roasted mushrooms, and then we're going to be doing dinner from the camp store another day. A couple snacks that I'm bringing along. I'm going to prep a sauce for grilled stone fruit today, and we're also going to be doing banana boats, which are basically cut open bananas with that you like fill with chocolate and marshmallow and whatever you want and put them in the fire. So those don't need to be prepped at all. Probably going to make those baked apples that I made for the last trip. I brought them home. They're in the fridge. They're probably still good. I'm going to toss them in the fire and we're going to eat them on this trip. So we're also obviously going to have s'mores, but we don't need to prep for any of that. So what we're doing today is we're going to, I have like a to-do list. We're going to start at the top. Which is pretty straightforward. First thing that we do for most camp trip prep is to caramelize onion, because it takes a long time. I also have a pot of water on the stove that we're going to make our orzo in. This is going to be for pasta salad. I don't have a recipe for the pasta salad. I made pesto a couple weeks ago. It's still in the refrigerator. It's still good. We're going to use the pesto for both chicken sandwiches and our pasta salad today. So lots of pesto related activity today because I want to use up all that pesto. Slow cooker caramelized onions. How long do they take in the slow cooker? That's is there like is there like a timing for that? This is one of those scenarios where I'm like, I haven't gotten the slow cooker out, so I'm like, okay, do I do this today? Do I not? 8 hours. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do those in the pan. 8 hours would be, I think 8 hours would be too much today. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Hello. Darlene, good to see you. Pesto and lemon, 9. Yes. Pasta salad dressing. Yeah, and I have I have the pesto that I made. This is like I made like a pint of pesto a couple streams ago, and it's still in the fridge because it doesn't really go bad. I need to rehydrate it with a little bit of oil, but it'll be pretty good. By the way, if you hear like a cacophony in the background, I have some kids in the house. My son has some friends over. They're in the living room playing video games. I can't control their volume, and I don't know how to exclude their voices without also excluding mine. So like, anyway, I have the microphone on the other side of my hat today. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So anyway, we're going to caramelize some onion, which is not in the refrigerator. Okay. Do I need, oh, the other question is, do I need onion for the risotto? I don't need it for this. Do I need it for no, I need shallots for the mushrooms. The risotto, I need shallots for as well. So the onion, I think, is just for the onion is just for caramelized onions. So that's good to know. I know we love the word. I love the word cacophony, Michael. That's like that is definitely it is an accurate description of what is happening right now, to be honest. Which is not a bad thing. This is like this was a known. Again, this was I wasn't sure if I was even going to be able to stream today because I was like, well, I don't know if I'm going to need to I don't know if I'm going to have to entertain or if friends will be available, and friends were available today. So this is what we get. I told them to go upstairs and play some games. They spent conservatively 15 minutes playing games, and now they're in the living room playing video games. So can't win. I tried. I really tried. Okay. We have shallots, catastrophe. So the shallots are for something totally different, but I figure while I'm cutting the onions, I might as well cut the shallots too, right? Because where I'm cutting one, I might as well just go with all of them. So the shallots are for the risotto. So I need 1 shallot peeled and chopped. That's going to go here. And then for the mushroom packet, I need 2 shallots peeled and thinly sliced. So a little different. So we'll do 1 and then 2. There we go. A shallot is just a fancy onion, but it is less, what's the word? It's less acidic. It has less of a bite to it. And so I kind of like them. And now I'm like, do I have another one of these? Because I feel like I would like to put one of these in the salad that I'm making, the pasta salad that I'm making. Maybe I'll do 1 for the pasta salad. Yeah, we'll do this one in the pasta salad. And then these other, oh wait, I have, okay, no, I have a third one. I got it out. I have the number I need. Oh my God, delicate. Yeah, it's a little less, it has a less of a punch to it, which I appreciate as a raw ingredient. Like it has, you just it's less, yeah, delicate is a good word. Okay. All right, so what are we doing with this onion? Pause. We're caramelizing it. I'm about to dice this onion, and we don't want to do that. We're gonna caramelize it. So we're gonna. My pan is. I can smell my cast iron pan starting to smoke. So we're going to slice these pretty thin. And we're just going to toss these into the pan, and then over the course of the stream, these will cook down. I'm going to make about a cup of these because I want these for both breakfast one day and for dinner sandwiches another day. So I want to make like 4 to 5 onions worth of caramelized onion. I think that's the goal. And I should do these first because these are older. So I got my little scrap bowl here on the counter as well, a little bowl for all of the stuff that that is getting cut off here. We're gonna put that into the fridge. I have a pretty good bag of stock stuff right now that's been I don't know why it's so full. I feel like I made restock recently, but I don't recall when. It probably was like 2 months ago. I also used a bunch of it recently, so we've got a I've been sort of working through the backstock. I've been working through the stock of stock, especially with that last trip prep that I did for our well, no, the trip prep that I did for taking Calvin's friends camping. We used a bunch of that stock in that stream. I think I used 7 or 8 quarts of stock in that for that soup. I don't recall. It was a lot. So, but I don't currently have a basement freezer at this moment. So I'm a little tight for space in the freezer. So I don't want to make the stock just yet. Because once I make it, we're gonna have I don't have a place to store it, and it's not really soup season. The stock is a little bit easier to store when it's just the raw ingredients and not like also 8 quarts of water. Okay, I need a hand towel. All right, my my Orzo water is almost ready. It's just about to boil. So we're going to keep track of a couple things here. The other thing that I need to do right after putting these onions on is put some chicken in the oven. I have chicken that I want to cook today, and then I have chicken that I want to marinate. So after we finish with this little onion prep, we're going to turn our attention to our chicken and get that moving. I have more vegetables to prep later in the stream for this pasta salad, but we're not going to do those just yet. What I want to do is get the risotto cooked because that needs to cook and then cool down a little bit. I guess maybe, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I should just prep the vegetables for this pasta salad now. As I'm talking myself through it, I'm like, the risotto is not going to take that long to cook. It's only 13:15 right now, so I might as well just prep all the vegetables at once, I think. And I'll just put them in a big bowl, and just set that off to the side. Yeah, okay. I just talked myself into a different process than what I had in mind. But I need to prep some vegetables for the risotto anyway, and then I only need to prep like broccoli, bell pepper, and then something else for the pasta salad. I forget what else I bought. It's not important. It's an ad hoc pasta salad. There's no, I'm not following a recipe. So very straightforward. Okay. Almost there. This is 1, 2, 3 onions worth of onion currently. I'm going to do, I'll probably just do the other two because I'm not doing any I don't have anything else that I want to do with these other onions. Like, there's nothing on the menu that would require me to have more onions. And if I can cut them up and not have them go bad in the cabinet, I will. I'd like to do that. So I've got two different onions here. I've got Vidalias and yellow onions. I also have shallots, but that's not for caramelization. The shallots are for eating raw. Actually, no, the shallots won't be raw. The shallots are going in the risotto, so they're going to get cooked. They are going to get cooked. I was wrong. It happens. Okay, let's put... I'm almost out of room on this cutting board. I really should have just used the bigger cutting board for this. That's like lesson learned. I only thought I was going to cut up an onion, and then I talked myself into doing all of it. I was planning on using the bigger cutting board later. Oh well. Okay. We are... Okay, ready to go with these onions. Let me put these into the pan, and then I'm going to put the camera on the pan so we can take a look at that as it's cooking. Maybe we'll do that. Okay. There we go. Now, there's a lot of onions, but they're going to cook. These are going to cook down to very little. All right, let's get that camera on the pan. Great. And we're going to toss these in, and we can, you know what? I feel like I need a larger pan for these, but I don't. Actually, I know that I don't. I just think that I do. These are eventually going to cook down to really to not very much. So the longer, I'm just going to load these in here, and we'll cook these down eventually. When these are no longer in like 6 layers, these will be ready to go. Perfect. Nope, we left two stragglers on the counter. All right, I want to put some salt in here. I need to turn my pan back on. That's what I need to do. Okay. So come on over here for just a second while I get these ready to go. I'm going to put a little bit of oil in the pan, not a ton, because these are going to end up being quite the liquid from the salt, or the liquid from the onions after I salt them, is going to be just fine to keep these liquidy. And we're just going to give these like a little stir. Just a little bit. And this pan is very full. Very full. Should we, do we like this angle, or should we be at this angle? I feel like this is a good angle. We can kind of see the progress of the onions getting low. Getting lower in the pan. There we go. Okay. Onions are good. Let's do, oh no, except the part where you can see like my butt in that. We don't like that. I mean, you might, but I'm not into the idea of like my butt hanging out on camera for the whole stream like that. Sorry. Okay. Let's get, I said I was going to put all those onions in there, and then I promptly did not. All right, let's get our shallots cut up now. So shallots for the mushroom dish need to be thinly sliced. So we're going to do these thinly sliced. Oh, that is too loud. I turned that pan all the way up. That needs to be on low. I don't know why I turned that all the way up. Okay. There we go. That's better. Okay, shallots thinly sliced. What are they playing? I don't even know what they're playing down there. I can't tell what game they're playing. Yeah, Darlene on YouTube. Yes, it is. My son has two friends over right now, and they're just in the other room, which is like right there. There's no separation between the kitchen and other rooms in this house. So I asked them to go upstairs earlier, but they came back down because board games are boring and video games are exciting. So that's why they're down here. And we only have the one TV, and so any like gaming or watching that happens in that room, which is nice most of the time. Specifically when I'm streaming, it's annoying because this is when I'm like, I sort of am like, all right, I wish you had like a. Can you move the switch up to like a different TV in the house? But we don't have a different TV. We just have the one. So this is how it is. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see how long my patience lasts before I kick them out of the house. But it is in Fahrenheit, it's like almost 100 degrees here today. So like I'm sort of like, all right, y'all should stay inside. Y'all just stay inside today. Okay. All right. We're cutting up some shallots. These are going to be sliced thin. So what I'm doing with these shallots is adding them to a packet of like a big foil packet with a couple different types of mushrooms. That is going to be basically just tossed onto the fire. So I'm going to line the packet with parchment paper, cover it with foil. So it's going to have shallots and mushrooms, thyme. Oh my God. Thyme sprigs. Hold on. Let me get it. Okay. I don't even know what they're doing. It's on like some loading screen. Okay. Yes. So the mushroom packets are going to have shallot and thyme, as well as 3 different types of mushrooms that I got at the store. I forget what types there are. I think it's oyster mushrooms, button mushrooms, and then something else that was like they were orange. They looked really good. I forget what they were called though. It is not that important. Okay, so we're gonna slice these super thin. Because these are gonna be, they're basically like you're roasting mushrooms and then it says to open the packet up and like saute them in the foil. Which I'm probably not gonna do honestly, because that I don't love cooking stuff directly in or on foil. I prefer to do that in a pan. Like foil is fine, but I usually line it with parchment paper, and I don't think you can cook like that. Like with foil, you can sort of line. You can have the pan, or you can. With foil, you can like open the packet up and use it like a pan. But I don't think you can do that when you have parchment in the foil. Like I don't think I don't think the things will cook on the parchment the same as they would directly on the foil. I'm pretty sure. Okay, we are. Okay, and this is a lot of shallot. I think I might just do the 1 shallot for this recipe. Although, oh no, I have a lot of mushrooms. We'll do 2. We'll do the other one. The other one's pretty small. This was the largest one, so I'm feeling a little like, oh, that was huge. Okay. All right. This shallot is really tiny. There we go. All right. I'm gonna slice this one in half. That. Can you let Daisy out, please? Daisy's banging at. She's banging at the door. I can hear her. All right. So those are good. These are for the mushrooms. So we're gonna set those aside. Those will be for quite a bit later. This is for the risotto. And I think this one said to finely dice the shallot. One medium shallot peeled and finely chopped. So we're gonna take this one and chop it like an onion. Chop it like the onion that it is. 1, 2. All right, come on. The peel is not working here. There it goes. All right. Is there a trick to peeling onions and shallots and stuff like that? I feel like it's like with garlic. Sometimes sometimes like onion skin gets stuck on here too, and it's like I'm literally scraping with my fingernail and I can't get it off. There it goes. I can't get it up. Zeko, welcome in. Hello. Zico, Zeko. One of those two. Puppy, how's it going? Enjoy your lurk. If you are also lurking, welcome. Nice to have you. We love a lurker here. If you are lurking and not following, follows are silent. If you hit the follow button, there's no alerts or sounds. There's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you and ask you a bunch of questions and call you out. You just get to follow. So if you, like me, are a lurker on Twitch and just enjoy watching, please feel free to hit the follow button and enjoy your lurk. All right. We are finally dicing this. I look from the distant void. Yeah, I generally don't chat. I do occasionally. It's not super common though, honestly. I like to just I put Twitch on the TV. So like if I wanted to chat, I'd have to like get my laptop because I'm over the age of 40. And I don't chat with my phone. That's not really a thing. But that's often why I'm just lurking. It's because I don't even have a keyboard in front of me. But I do like to lurk. I do watch a lot of Twitch. It doesn't happen very often, but every once in a while I like get super chatty somewhere in someone's stream. Often it's like in a stream where there is like a new to me streamer. I usually end up chatting if it's like someone's got like 2 or 3 viewers and they're new to the channel. They're like either new to Twitch or new to cooking online or whatever. And I'm just like watching and lurking, and it's like, you know, if I'm watching for more than like 10, 15 minutes, I usually end up saying hi, depending on if it's like someone new. All right, so this is 1 medium shallot, chopped fine. And is this fine? It is. Okay, good. I guess it is. Oof. Feeling that one. Okay. I'm just letting it, I'm like moving through it. Ooh, that one was violent. Okay. Ooh. Are the onions making me cry? Yeah, definitely. These are, that one, the first one wasn't. That one was particularly spicy. Okay, and then I'm going to cut this one up for pasta salad. I'm just going to do that same thing again and dice this one like nice and fine. Because I don't love big chunks of onion. I do love shallot in a pasta salad with like it's going to be a pesto pasta salad. So I already have the pesto made. I made the pesto like 2 weeks ago, maybe on stream, week and a half, something like that, maybe three. I don't know. I just looked at it yesterday and it was still fine, so we're going to use it. It is just like a pasta salad with orzo. My pasta water is boiling actually, which is great. Let's put the orzo in, and we'll set my timer. I don't know how much orzo I'm going to end up using. Let's do 8 ounces of orzo. Yeah, we're just going to do 8 ounces because this is just for pasta salad. I'm not doing anything else with this. So I guess let's see how much 8 ounces is, and I'll like if that feels like a good amount. 6, 7, 8. Let's do 12. 9, 10. Because if I have too much, I can always just save a little bit of this in a container, like plain, and it'll get eaten. That's like enough. What's left in here? 10 ounces. Okay, cool. So there's like a little less than like, I don't know, about a little more than a half pound left. Wait, no, don't wrap it up like that. Put the twisty tie on it. That's why you have the twisty tie. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm putting the orzo in because my water is boiling though, and that's like by the time I'm finished with this onion and finished with the getting the rest of the vegetables out, this will probably be finished. Okay, I already salted this water, so we're just going to go for it. This is orzo going in the pan, and we're going to put a timer. I forget how long orzo takes to cook, but we're going to start it out at 9 minutes and just see where we're at 9 minutes. I think that's probably about right. I'm guessing that 9 minutes is going to be like al dente. I want the orzo to be completely cooked. I'm not cooking it after this. It's not like there's no, I'm not like putting it in a hot sauce and then stirring it until it's incorporated, that type of thing. So we're going to do, it needs to be completely cooked all the way through in the cooking water. Okay. I just cut a flat bottom off of this shallot. So we're going to cut that up into little chunks. So I'm also doing a fine dice of this shallot, just like the last one. Because again, this is going in pasta salad. It's not getting cooked. Those other two are getting cooked eventually. The shallot for the onion pack, the mushroom packet is not getting cooked today. The risotto is getting cooked today. And I need to read the risotto directions completely because risotto can be it didn't seem very finicky to me, but I know different risotto recipes call for different like stirring and different timing. So when we get to that one, we're going to do a full recipe review and read of that. All right, shallots are almost finished. So I'm just doing, right now, what I've decided is I'm doing all my vegetable prep for all of the things today. The only thing I'm not going to do in this moment is prep for the mushroom packet. I'm going to cut up the rest of my stuff first. I'm going to do the pasta salad in the bigger bowl because this is going to be just like, this is the biggest one. I don't know how much the orzo is going to end up being. This is just a sort of a pasta salad that I've made a couple times, but it's always a little different. You know, it's just your basic like pasta plus cut up vegetables plus like a sauce. Often it's just olive oil, but today we're doing, we have a pre-made pesto that I did. So that's what we're up to. Time check, 6 minutes and 20 seconds left on my orzo in the pan, and onions are cut, shallots are cut. So we're going to move on to our next vegetables because we have a couple just like one-off types of things to cut up the pasta salad. So V, welcome in. Hello. Love the pink scale. I love this pink scale. It's very on brand for the color scheme. I'm holding it in front of the bar here, the like little bar down at the bottom. Yeah, this is one of the Escali ones, like, you know, your home cook scale. They are it's super reliable. I've been really happy with it. Onions are looking good. Come on over to this pan for a second and check these out. We have the onions that are cooking down. So these are a little what's the word? Flimsier than they were before. And they are certainly reduced in volume. When I started this, they were sort of mounded over the top of this pan. They were like as high as the tongs. Okay, say spatula. This isn't a spatula. They were about as high as the tongs. Now they're not. So we're cooking these down. These are gonna cook. These are just gonna continue to cook. I'm just kind of rotating them so that they cook evenly. But these eventually are gonna these are gonna fill like a half pint container, maybe a little more. We might get a little more than that out of there, but we'll see. Probably not. It'll be something. I don't know. But yeah, these are good scales. I definitely got the pink one because it was it was just on brand for the stream. That was my reasoning behind it. Friends who are hanging out here, V is the chef V is a fellow food and drink streamer who is very good conversationally and enjoys, not the word I'm looking for. Streams a little later in the evening, at least in my encounters, which is always great because we love the end. I love sort of you stream sort of when I'm watching Twitch in the sort of degenerate hours of my evening, which as a 41-year-old parent who gets up at 5:30 in the morning, my degenerate hours are like 9:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern. Anyway, what am I doing with these tomatoes? I also am putting these tomatoes in the pasta salad. I think I'm going to leave these whole. Why am I going to leave these whole? Because if I cut them, they're going to get like juice all over everything, and I kind of just love them whole. So I'm like legit just going to like put these in here, and then they'll be off the counter. Out of sight, out of mind. This is part of the vegetable prep that we're doing. I almost always cut these, but also I'm prepping like a little further ahead than I usually do for trip prep stuff. So it's I'm not necessarily worried about it, but I don't want to cut the tomatoes today and then not touch them until like the weekend. So I'd rather just leave them whole. The other stuff that's in here will be fine. Broccoli, red bell pepper, carrot, and shallot and orzo. All that stuff can just be cut kind of ahead of time, and it's totally fine. Totally another camping trip. It is. We've done, this is definitely, oh, and black olives. I forgot about the black olives. They're on the counter here too. But these I'm not cutting at all. These I'm just opening and putting into this house. Yeah, this is the time of year where I go camping pretty regularly. It just so happens this calendar year, this season has been a little more involved than usual. But we're coming into the end. So I have a trip that I'm prepping for now, and then I'm prepping for prepping for that, and then we'll be doing another one in June. The June trip will be the last one of the year, the last one of the season. So when I think about camping, when I say season, my season, as I consider it, I'm gonna wash my hands. My season, as I consider it, is basically like September through June, early July at the very latest is when I'll go camping. I think we might have a trip. I think the next trip might be the first week in July. I'm not sure. But yeah, the season is really like just that. Oh shit, I meant to put the chicken in. That's why I don't. That's why I was like, I gotta the vegetable prep. That's why I was gonna do the vegetable prep second, because the chicken's going in the pasta salad too. Okay, while we have a quick break here, I'm about to my orzo is about to finish. So I say quick break. Let me just change gears for a second. We're going to drain this orzo if it's ready, and then we're going to put the chicken in the oven, because I'm just going to cook like 2 chicken thighs for this pasta salad. Like I think, I don't know how many I got. I think I got like 4, 5 maybe. But what we're going to do is I'm going to put all the chicken thighs in a bowl. I'm going to put some pesto on those. The chicken thighs that don't go into the oven, I'm going to put into a vacuum sealed bag, because those are going to go on the grill for sandwiches. So timer just went off. Let's check this pasta and see if it's ready. This is orzo, so it's like, might be ready. We'll see. How do you even get orzo out of the pan? I have no idea. I'm like, how do I do this? How do I get it out? I'll tell you how. With a little citrus strainer. I don't even know what you call this. Mini strainer? There we go. It's like when you get goldfish at the grocery store to feed like your bigger fish or whatever. They get the little like, they get the little net and they just chase them around. I think that's what getting orzo out of the pan is like. So imagine that these are small feeder fish. Yep, that's done. Great. Okay, let's drain this. And then we're gonna turn to the chicken for like just a few moments as I oh, hold on, am I saving any of this pasta water? No, I'm not. Am I saving any of it? No, I don't need any of that. Okay, we're not cooking pasta today. We are cooking pasta. We literally just cooked pasta, but I'm not making pasta as a dinner. I'm making pasta as a pasta salad. Okay, gonna take and put a little bit of olive oil in here, because I'm not going to use it right away. I want it to cool down before I put it into the bigger bowl for the pasta salad. So I'm going to put a little oil on it, because otherwise it's going to stick together in like one big into one big delicious pasta mass. So I'm just going to sprinkle some oil on here while it's in the colander and give that a little stir. That'll coat the outside nicely, and that's fine. And that'll be fine, because the pasta salad itself is going to have oil in it. Okay, a little bit more than that. Great, perfect. We're just going to let that cool off. We'll keep the spoon in it. Yeah, lubrication. I know, right? They do. It just one of those things. You let pasta sit long enough in the colander, and then you like try to dump it out, and it's like a chunk. It just comes out, and you're like, man, I messed up. That's when you know you messed up. Take a look at these onions. They're delicious. I'm going to stir these again. Yeah. Look at that. Those look so good. They're coming along. They're just starting to get a little color on them, which is great. We're getting just a touch of color. They're still reducing quite a bit. Beautiful. Okay, let's change. Oh, no, wrong one. Let's change our attention real quick to the chicken. I want to put the chicken all in one big bowl. What else am I making today? Pasta salad, mushrooms. Okay, we're gonna put the chicken into this bowl, because I feel like I might want this bowl for the mushroom. Not sure. Chicken is here. I don't know how much chicken this is, like weight wise. I forget what I asked for. I got this at Reading Terminal Market. When did I get this? Yesterday. Yeah, yesterday at Reading Terminal. I was over there doing my shopping for this trip prep, and I might have asked for a pound. This might be a pound and a half. I'm not sure. Nine, you're getting a pedicure while you watch? I'm jealous. I'm so jealous. Like for real jealous. I haven't gotten my last time I got a pedicure was when I was in Toronto, actually. Um, Last time I got a manicure was before that. No, that's not true. The last time I got a manicure was in Toronto too. Although I didn't get gel when I was up in Toronto, which was a very good. I'm glad that I didn't get gel, I should say. Okay, let's see how many chicken thighs are in here. Well, wait, before I do that, let me get my pesto out and get a spoon in it so I can actually like use it. Where is it? Oh, it's down here. Okay. I'm like, shit, did I use it by accident? No, I did not. Okay. So this looks great. It needs to be it needs to have a little bit more oil. Needs to have a little bit more oil put in it, but that's okay. We're not I'll do that when I mix it into the pasta salad. And hold on, let me get this. I need to get a roasting pan out too for the pizzas that I'm roasting. So first off, how many pieces of chicken do I have? So pasta salad, I want to do 2, right? 1, 2, 2. So sandwiches, 3, 4 plus. Okay, so you are going to go. So I've got 1. I think on pasta salad, I'm just going to do like 1 big piece. No, because for sandwiches, that's like, okay, yeah. We got this. Okay, let's get a little bit of this pesto in here. Where did I put that olive oil? There it is. Hold on. Olive oil and pesto. And then we'll do a little salt. And some pepper. Moondice, welcome in. Yeah, I usually get gel on my feet, which is why it's still there from the last time. It's just, higher up on my toenail. It is good for the hands though, but I do think that one of the things that I don't love about it. Okay. Are you guys almost finished in the living room? You want to go back up and play some more in your room a little bit? What's your plan?
I don't know.
Okay.
The card game wasn't it.
Okay, well, you have like lots of other games down there.
Really?
Yes, there's 3 cabinets worth of board games down there. Pick one. What are you trying to do, Cal? Like, what's your intention here? We, meaning the 3 of you, were having lunch. Okay. Okay. Are you getting to the Uncrustables under there? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's totally fine. Okay, so then these we're gonna do sandwiches with. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. And then we'll do that little teeny piece in there. Okay, so these are good. Roast these. I'm gonna put a little bit more pesto on here, and then we're gonna toss these in a vacuum sealed bag. Yeah, I'm gonna toss these in a vacuum sealed bag, and then I've got like a little leftover pesto. Okay. Yeah. Let me get my glove. Hold on.
Well, that involves being in this area.
Yeah. I'm using the oven at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another one.
We don't have any of those brownies left over, do we?
No, we don't.
No, we ate all those? Okay. Sad. Okay. Well, I guess I won't offer anybody brownies then. I wish I could eat Uncrustables. They have peanuts in them, and I'm allergic to peanuts. So and if I want Uncrustables, I have to make my own, which is kind of annoying. Like a little bit annoying. Okay. So this is good. We are ready to go. So these are going to be for sandwiches. Sandwiches, and then pasta salad. Chicken is done. Let's get this in the oven. How can you put fluff in it? They're. What do you? Okay. Okay.
Stick fluff on the side.
Yeah, just put because those are frozen solid. I don't know if you can't cut them right
We'll
now.
put fluff on the side.
Yeah. You can't open a frozen solid Uncrustable and put fluff inside of it. That's not. Yeah. Of course you can. That's right.
Good stream.
Chicken thighs, 350 degrees. 30 minutes. Okay. Let me get my vacuum sealer and we'll put those in there, and then we'll be finished with the chicken. Finished with the chicken. Okay, out of the kitchen. Out of the kitchen. Out. Okay, yeah, you will. Yeah, Calvin can get the Uncrustables. Okay. Yeah, like you can't open an Uncrustable if they're not meant to be opened in general, but when they're frozen, it's quite difficult to get them to make adjustments to them. When I make the Uncrustables myself, I do put fluff in them because they're obviously better with fluff in them. Of course.
Yeah, that's what reminded me to put fluff.
Okay. Yeah, you can do a little fluff on the side. Here, just put some fluff in these little containers. There you go. There we go. Okay. All right, we're gonna vacuum seal the rest of these, and then we're gonna keep moving with our vegetable prep situation. Well, then we're gonna wipe the counter, and then we're gonna move with the vegetable prep situation. That's what we're doing. Okay. So after we do that, that'll be all for the pasta salad. Then we're gonna make the orzo, and then we're gonna make the not orzo. We're gonna make the risotto. Then we're gonna make the skillet cake mix, and then we'll prep the packet of dry mushroom mix, or the mushroom mix packet. Okay, let's get these chickens in here. I'm just gonna grab these out of the bowl with a fork. Yeah, I love fluff. We always have like at least one container of fluff in the house. I don't eat it very often myself, but it is quite popular with the other two members of the house. Yeah, he's being pretty efficient. He's okay in the kitchen. He's a lot of what? Uncrustables? Okay. We're apparently a little or almost out of fluff, he says. Okay. Well, good to know. If we need more, there's more in the camping box, but I'd really prefer you not get into that right now because that would mean that I have to go get it. And I don't want to do that. I would have to go get it, and I don't want to do that right now. Because the box is like it's like buried under other stuff. So, okay. So We have orzo in the sink. We have chicken in the oven. We have our chicken that is getting marinated here. Let me wipe the inside of that bag a little bit and get so we can get a good seal on here. There we go. And this is just going to get grilled. Like this is a campfire thing. 9, you use fluff in fudge. Okay. I don't even know if I've ever actually, I don't think I've ever made fudge. I'm thinking about it. Calvin says I haven't. In his 10 years of experience with me, I have not. In my full scope of experience cooking, I also don't think I have.
Last Christmas Eve, after the country, like, I've never actually made something. You haven't made fudge.
Oh yeah. You mean fudge?
But,
Yeah. Oh right, because the place that we stop at after a Christmas Eve hike is a fudge place. Calvin's pointing out that I said that I hadn't made fudge like in December of last year, and that I still haven't. Okay, let's vacuum seal this chicken. I know, right? I am slacking. Eggnog fudge. I love fudge in general, though. Where was I? I was just somewhere. Yes. Yeah, I was in Reading Terminal yesterday. I almost bought some yesterday. Make fudge with shredded zucchini. That sounds like a cursed food. Somehow, I don't know if I'm comfortable. I don't know if I'm comfortable saying it out loud, but is that a thing? Could you do that? Is that? I'm assuming you could do that. You can make fudge with whatever you want. Now, would you eat it? Zucchini and chocolate go together really well, or at least those two flavors are very complementary. Am I vacuum sealing anything else today? Pasta salad, fruit dressing, skillet cakes, butter. No, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, it works very well in desserts. Yeah, like I know it's a thing I've seen like a bunch of different brownie recipes with zucchini in them, which all sounded interesting. I've honestly never made it. I've made lots of stuff with zucchini. I actually have a zucchini recipe I need to work on. I think we're gonna do that. Oh, I don't actually know when it's due. I forget when it's due. Not due yet. I know that. It's on the calendar, and it hasn't come up yet in my like oh shit planning scenario. So we're like probably 2 weeks out from that being due. At this time of year, I'm planning like 3 days ahead. I'm not planning 3 days ahead. I'm like, okay, I'm not far enough ahead in terms of like doing assignments. It's I'm pretty far ahead in like knowing what's on the calendar. That's the important thing in this time of year, is just like having the calendar correct. If I'm actually when I'm actually going to do the thing, probably the day before. Okay, those onions are looking really nice though. All right, chicken is finished. Chicken is in a vacuum sealed packet now, ready to pull out and grill. All right, I'm gonna move that pesto to the back. We're gonna wipe the counter with some cleaning spray. And we're going to continue our vegetable prep. Actually, what I want to do right now is I want to look at my to-do list and just like reevaluate where I'm going to check the things off that have been done and then reevaluate where I'm at. Let me wash my hands first. Let me move this orzo out of the sink. Then I'm going to wash my hands. Okay. You ever done that? You ever like just had pasta in the sink that's been draining and then just like turned the water on, or like tossed something in and forgotten that the pasta was in there, and then you're just like, oh shit. Oh shit. Disinfectant. That's right. That's right. And I need to get more of those little Clorox wipes because I prefer those to using the spray. Because the spray kind of gets on other stuff. I know. I like the other day I had pasta in the sink and Gwen like went over to the sink and was like starting to rinse out a can of like a empty can of cat food. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Stop that. Stop it. Like, no! Aerosolized cat food in my pasta. God damn. No, thank you. Okay. Where are we at? We're caramelizing the onion. We are roasting the chicken. We have cooked the orzo. We have marinated the chicken thighs. Let's work on the pasta salad because that is just cutting up vegetables, and then we'll get to the mushrooms and the risotto. Okay. But I do want to do, I'm sort of, now that I'm in the sort of vegetable territory, I want to do all the vegetables now. Because everything that needs to be cooked, except the risotto, is currently cooking or has been cooked. So the orzo, the chicken. Let's get the other veggies out. So I have broccoli, red onion, carrot. I was going to put some parsley in there, but I don't think I'm going to. I was going to put some cucumber in there, but I don't think I'm going to. I was going to put parsley in there, but I am not because I'm making pesto in it. Pete, thank you for hanging out today. Pasta for cats. I know it's not a thing. Thank you for hanging out. I hope work isn't too stressful. I hope your day is as easy as you need it to be. Thank you for coming through and saying hi. We're always at a moderate level of stress here. Although sometimes not. I feel like I'm always in the state of like, okay, I'm like just like, all right, I'm always stressed about timing. That's the thing that I'm usually most I most have in mind is the like, oh, I need to finish stream today by like a certain hour or a certain time. There's some days where I'm not at all thinking that. And those days I feel like I am you can tell I'm a little different. And also we end stream at like 8 p.m. on those days. Today we need to be finished by 17:30 Eastern Standard. So 3.5 hours from now, roughly, we need to be finished. Yeah, procrastinate or do immediately. I'm a do immediately for most things, but for big tasks, certain big tasks, it takes me a long time to get around to. It really depends. It's not, and it depends if it's a new task for me. If it's something I've never done before and it's a big task, I will procrastinate mightily until I've sort of like worked myself up to it. If it's a big task and I've done it, like, you know, certain stuff, like, I don't know. I'm thinking like, if it's a new activity to me that I haven't done before, that I like need to do, but it's not an assignment or like a time thing, it'll take me forever to do. V, enjoy the rest of your day. I'm thinking recently I had, I like signed up for something and like hadn't done it because it was a new thing. And over the weekend, I finally like got into, I was like, okay, today's the day. We're going to put it on the calendar and like hold myself accountable. And I was like, oh, that was easy. So certain things, and then certain things when you do that are like, oh, that was difficult and I don't really want to do that again. So sometimes your fears are allayed and sometimes they are completely validated. You know what I mean? Yes. And the thing that you're thinking is the thing that I'm talking about, where I'm like, this is all new and weird and different, and like, I don't know how to do this. I'm gonna not do it forever. And my therapist was like, no, you're gonna fucking do it. She's like, just put it on the calendar. Just put it on the calendar. If you're that, she's like, you've mentioned this already. Like, you should just go for it. And I was like, okay, okay, okay. And then, and then you do the thing. You're like, oh, okay. Other factors are always at play. But yeah, procrastination is really hard. It's bad sometimes. You're like, I don't know. It's uncertain. I feel like procrastination for me always it stems from uncertainty. It doesn't it's not because I don't want to do something, it's because I'm not sure how, or if I'm not like familiar with it or something like that, or it's like completely new. And that uncertainty is scary. Like, that's a big scary feeling. And getting, quote unquote, getting over it is hard. And then when you do, you're there, it's like, I don't know. And then there's certain stuff where it's not scary. Like, it's not at all. And you're just like, oh yeah, I could do that. Like, here's an example. I recently talked to one of the folks from my school's like PTA, and they were like, we'd really like you to help with this thing. Can you like join basically like this board of the PTA to like help out with this specific thing? And I was like, well, tell me about it, blah blah blah. Like, tell me about it. What does it mean? What are the tasks? What are the obligations? And like, she told me, and I was like, oh, easy, no problem. And I'm like, I'm in it. I'm like, I'm ready to go. Like, not scary because it's familiar. Because it's like, oh, it's like, it's like managing a spreadsheet, like literally. No, it's not in the garage. I can tell you that. Broccoli, welcome in. Hello. Yeah, I think procrastination is like, and I think that like that happens in school, a lot, I think, for kids, because it's like every assignment that you're doing is new. You're having to learn something, like literally learn something. Like, I think that's why so many kids procrastinate on assignments, because it is quite literally you're learning something. Okay, tell me if you leave, please. Tell me if you leave. Did you hear me? No, he didn't hear me. Okay. Oh, his friends are mercifully outside. Can anybody hear me right now? I'm not y'all. I'm not talking to you. I'm making sure that there's no children lingering inside of my house. Can anybody hear me? No. Okay. That's no. Listen. Sometimes, every once in a while, there's like a very long, like a long lull in the chat between anybody saying anything, which is totally fine. And I am not the type of person who's ever going to be like, hey, how come people aren't chatting? You know why they're not chatting? Because they don't fucking want to, period. Like, because they're not, whatever. Because they're just listening. Because they're like me and just like watching on a TV or in their headphones or literally driving a car or for any other reason. I don't care why y'all aren't chatting. We love lurkers. It's okay. And every once in a while, I'm like, okay, no one's chatted in a while. Like, but I've never been like, hey, is anybody still here? Like, so that was definitely, just to be clear, that was because there were kids in my house, and Calvin was like, we're going outside, but like, they're just all very loud. And sometimes when it's quiet, you're like, oh, they're not there anymore. And then they are. And that's the scary part. So I just like to validate that, like, there's no one actually here, that they did, in fact, go outside to play. Because now I can talk about them. I'm just kidding. I don't really have anything to say about them. Oh my God. Oh my God, Sofa, you have to get in the pool? You have to go to a children's birthday party and physically get in a pool? 100% no. 100% no. No. 100% no. And for me, it would have nothing to do with the state of my physicality. I do not want to go swimming in a pool with lots of other children. I just don't. I don't want to be in a pool with a bunch of kids. Absolutely not. Oh my God. That is a fucking nightmare. I'm sorry. It's not even his friends. I would be like, listen, we got some other shit to do. Let's go get ice cream today. We'll drop off a present and like we're otherwise we're done here. Like I'm not doing this. Good for you. Good, honestly, good for you. If you're willing to like do that for your kid, I will tell you in full honesty that I am not willing to do that. I would be like, no. It's the pool rule. That's annoying. I'll be like, this kid can swim, and the water's not above his head. We're not doing this. I'm sorry. I'd be fucking fighting that one. I'd be like a pugilist. Absolutely not. But I'm saying very like bigly now, but if Calvin was like, but I really want to go, I would do it. And I would complain about it. Maybe not to him, but I would certainly be like, no, hard no. What if you have two kids? I would be like, someone else can be responsible for my kid. This is when you phone a friend and you're like, hey, do you like swimming? I don't even like getting in. I don't like the water. I'm not a water person. You know what I do like doing? I like getting in the ocean, like the literal ocean, like with waves and just bobbing up and down. That's it. I'd rather be in arm's reach. Totally. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. And I don't like getting in a pool. Like we have public pools all over the city. And when I take Calvin to the pool, I don't get in. I am not a get in the pool parent. I'm not. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm not even sorry. I say I'm sorry. Like, I say I'm sorry because that's the thing that I think you're expected to say, but zero part of me is sorry about that. English says I'm afraid of the water. You're valid. Be like, I am mortified of water. What are you gonna do?
Excuse
what are you
me,
gonna do?
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry.
There it is.
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Daddy? Sorry.
This last
sorry.
time I was in a
Daddy,
pool was before I had kids. You know what I like to do? I go to the public pool. I take Calvin there. I go to the pool. I sit on the side of the pool. I dip my feet in, and I put my big straw hat on, and my button-down shirt that goes down to my elbows, and my giant sunglasses, and I sit there, like I sit there in with my biggest unapproachable energy, and if you fucking splash me, I'm gonna be like, get away, get away. No, thank you. No, thank you. That's my go-to when I'm at the pool and some kid like splashes me. Excuse me. No, thank you. I'm a fucking delight. I really am. I'm an absolute delight. He had one of the kids who was at the house here today, had a pool party at their grandparents' house or something. Last year, it was like a birthday party, and Calvin went, and he was like, oh, Dad, like you should bring your suit. And I was like, no, I'm not going to. And when we got there, he's like, oh, they have a diving board. And I was slightly tempted, but then I was like, no, still no. I like to jump in the pool. I will say that. I do enjoy a diving board. I'll just jump and jump and jump. I don't want to swim. And I also don't want anybody around. Sofa says the rules are ages 9 and under have to be in arm's reach, even though he's 2 levels away from lifeguard and swim lessons. That should be a thing you should be able to test out of, right? You should be able to be like, look, let me show you that I can swim. That really should be the end of it, right? Oh my God, 9. A swim school? That's intense. That's a lot. That feels like a lot of pressure. That feels like a lot of general liability insurance is what that feels like. But Charlie, I don't want to race the lifeguard. Yeah, you know what? The only place I'm racing the lifeguard to is the literal bottom of the pool. That's it. Oh God, his iPad is making texting noises. Hold on, we can't. This is not a thing that we're gonna have. How do I turn this off? How do I turn the noises off? There it is. Okay, good. Oh my God. Once his little friends start texting each other, it's like constant. And for some reason, his text notification noise is like 5 seconds long. Yeah, it is important. I definitely agree. And if I'm like, like in all honesty, I took swim lessons as a kid. I passed all my swim lessons. I was like, I learned how to not drown, and I learned like some basic swimming, right? I don't generally like swimming, but like if I like fell in water over my head, I would be fine. Like if I ended up in a scenario where I was like having to tread water, or like, I fell off of a boat while I was like out in the harbor or something, like I wouldn't drown. So that's my level of like involvement. You know what I mean? But I don't swim for pleasure. I don't find it fun. Kelly on YouTube, welcome in. Hi from Dallas. What are you making? Currently, I'm in the middle of making a couple things. Things that you can see that are currently being made are a big pasta salad, which is what's going into this bowl here. And then on the pan, I don't know if you're watching on the horizontal or vertical, but there are, in the black cast iron pan that you can see on the screen, are onions that are being caramelized. Those are for chicken sandwiches as well as breakfast. We're doing a big trip prep today. It's not actually a big prep. It's just a prep. A little less, no, I was just say less than usual, but it's about what we usually do. The last time I trip prepped for group camp out was like a huge prep. That was like 3 things that took like 8 hours to make. But we're doing a bunch of different camping meals today. Grace, welcome. Hello. Safe travels. I hope you have safe travels. I hope you have. That was a weird way to put that. Speaking of these onions, let's take a look at these over on the stove. Here they are. Yeah, look at how nice these are coming along. I'm going to turn these down because they are starting to scorch on the bottom. But these in the past like 20 minutes or so have really wilted quite a bit. And they're getting quite a good bit of color on them now. So if you recall, when we first started these onions, they were about this high off the pan. They were like mounded up over the top here. And now they are just almost in, they're not yet in a single layer, but they are moving towards that. So we're doing here. And I just turned this pan all the way to low. So we're at a very low and slow temp. 9 says I like the lake rather than the ocean. For me it depends. One of the things I loved when I was a kid, I used to work at a camp, like a Boy Scout camp, and I did love going down to the lake and just like jumping in and like swimming out to the raft and back, like in my like uniform, like my camp, my work shirt, etc. Sort of like an end of the day type of situation. That was fun. I liked doing that. I'm going to toss my pasta in here now because this is like It's not completely cooled, but it's cool enough that I'm fine to just mix this in. Ash, get down. We have a cat on about to make an appearance here if I don't stop him. Ash. Calvin left the fluff out on the counter a few like 20 or 30 minutes ago. My son came in to get some Uncrustables for he and his friends, and they are now outside, but he left the fluff just on the counter uncovered. And the cat, one of our cats, is very interested in it. God damn, now they're outside and they're throwing the ball against the window, the literal window. Trying to be patient today, y'all. We're working on our patience today. That's the move. Ash, oh, you have picked the least convenient spot. We have a cat on stream. We have a cat here. He's making an appearance. Ash is here. Friends, this is Ash. Ash wants to know what's happening on stream today. He is, oh, look at him. He's such a sweetie, though. He really is. Ash, you're in the lead, bud. He's in the lead. You want to add some toe beans to our pasta salad? Here, we'll sprinkle a few toe beans in there. Yeah. There he is. Oh, kisses the paw. Oh, he's purring. Oh, he's purring. Okay, baby. He wants to be nearby. He just wants to be near today, right now. I don't know why. Well, I know why, because there's food on the counter. He's curious. It's nothing that smells like a thing that you want, really, I don't think. I don't think it is. Oh, we didn't like that sound. Sarah, hello. He is cuddly like this. You know, I was just saying to Gwen this morning, I am super thankful for all these cats. All three of them are just like the calmest, like sweetest animals. They don't all love to like sit with you and cuddle. I think for me, Ash wants me to pick him up the most. I think this is his like happy spot right here. Like he doesn't love it. He likes, you know, Gwen and Calvin both have like their own different ways with the cats, but he doesn't always like to be held in the same way. Okay. Oh, what's happening? Someone's playing with a cat toy in the living room. Predator mode activated. Okay, my timer of my chicken just went off. So hold on, we're gonna check that in the oven, and then we're gonna finish this pasta salad actually because no, I'm not. I'm gonna take the chicken out of the oven if it's finished, and then in like 20 minutes we'll shred the chicken, and then it'll be finished. Okay. Yikes. Yeah, Ash is the one, Sarah, Ash is the one who's around me the most. So I think like Elsie's the most, let me wash my hands. I would say Elsie's the most like standoffish of the cats, but she's still very, Ash wants me to pick him up. He's the one who comes around me, who, like will plant himself around my feet and just like demand to be picked up. The others don't. Obi likes the orange cat, likes to be nearby. So Obi will come and lay down on the floor in front of me and just like roll over and be like, scratch my stomach. And Elsie does the same thing. But Ash likes to be picked up, like physically. He wants to be held like a baby. Whereas the other two will tolerate that. Like they don't struggle. They're just like, they're happy to be there kind of thing. But Ash like actively seeks that out. So to that end, yes, he is a little different than the others, for that specific, type of hold me relationship, pick me up. Elsie never asks to be picked up. Obi, I don't think Obi asks to be picked up, but he'll be nearby, and then sort of like you'll pick him up and he'll close his eyes and start to purr, and you're like, okay, this is fine. My current cat is cuddly. I wish she would just hang out next to me. You know, that is definitely for real, because once the cat sits on you and you're like, that becomes the thing, like that's what they're gonna do the rest of the whole time. And you can't move them. You can't be like, excuse me, please get off my lap, because who does that? I mean, you can. I think for me, I wouldn't tell the cat to get off my lap because they don't generally sit on my lap. So if they end up coming to sit on me, I would be like, okay, we gotta let this happen, because like we gotta let this happen because I don't know if it's gonna happen again. Gloves. Chicken is finished. Oven can go off. Let's get these chicken out of the oven can go off. Do I need to use the oven for anything else? Risotto, no. Skillet cakes, no. Mushrooms, no. Fruit dressing, no. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, like, and that's just for me. Like for Gwen might just be like, "Ugh, get off me! You're very hot." Because they'll come back and just sit on her. Like Elsie likes sitting on her legs. Gwen likes to like lie down on the couch, and Elsie will come and sit on her legs, and Gwen will be like, "Can you move? Can you please move?" All right, this pasta salad is good. We're gonna do while the orzo is still a little bit hot in here, I'm going to take some of this pesto, all of this pesto, in fact. Wait, hold on. Do I need the pesto for anything else? No, because the yeah, I'm going to save, let's see how much this is when I mix it in. I was going to say I'm going to save a little bit of this pesto to mix, to put on the chicken sandwiches, but I don't think I actually need to do that. I kind of want it to be in the pasta salad. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the pasta salad because I'd rather just get rid of it all in the pasta salad. So I use it to marinate the pesto, so I don't really feel like I need. Or sorry, I use it to marinate the chicken. I don't really feel like I need to use it as a spread also. And if I really decide that I do, I'll just get a small jar of it at like the store or something. Or I just won't use it. Or I'll just be like, I wish I had this, and then I don't have it. And then that would be fine too. Which is probably the most likely scenario. So the chicken is out of the oven. I'm going to let that cool off for a few minutes on the stove over here. And while I kind of finish this. This is going to be what I'm making now. This pasta salad is basically lunch for two days worth of lunch. We're also going to the place that we're going has a really good store, campground store that has food. They have ice cream. Like it's a good store. So this time around, I'm sort of relying on the camp store for a couple of our meals, specifically lunch stuff, because I know I can just go up there and get like, a hamburger off the griddle and, and a hot dog if I want, slice of pizza, that kind of thing. So I don't need, I need my olive oil. There it is. So I'm sort of doing like a big pasta salad. And I'll just put this in like a big container, and then for lunch, I'll scoop some of it into a bowl. Actually, I'm going to put this in 2 or 3 containers, but that's okay. That's just an ease of packing standpoint. I want them to be able to pack in a more consolidated area in my cooler. Anyway, yeah. So Sarah, with the chicken, this time around, I added a little bit of salt and pepper and pesto. I actually did not put any olive oil in it this time around. I honestly meant to, and I forgot, and then I vacuum sealed it, and so now it's over. But I am grilling it, so it's going to be it should be fine. Yeah, so exactly. And we've been to this park before. Yeah, Calvin. Are you allowed to go to Rita's? No. You can go to the corner store, the normal corner store. No, Rita's is a little far. Okay, definitely needs more salt. There's a lot of unsalted vegetables in here. So this is pretty good. We're gonna yeah, I mean, Sarah, we've been to this park a couple times, and this is the first year that I've actually that I remembered that they do stuff at the store. What's happened the other times that we've gone is we've gotten there and I've been like, oh shoot, like I didn't need to do all that food. And we end up going to the store for like a meal or two anyway. So this time I'm sort of like, okay, I'm going to do 2 big dinners, breakfast every day, 2 big dinners, and then 1 big pasta salad that we can just do for lunch, or we can go to the thing. I remembered because last year after we left, so after we go on any trip, I like make notes. I have like a note, a digital note in my Apple Notes that I write down like what could be different, what I would change, blah blah blah. And that was in that note. It was like, hey, don't make as much food. Do I have cash? I have a $5 bill, I think. What do you mean it's not enough? They're $1. Ice cream's water ice is $1 there, right? 2? Okay, why don't you get are there any quarters in the bag in the drawer? Okay, just use those. Yeah, I have $6 and there's 3 of you, so that should be enough. Am I paying for all 3 of you? Okay, there you go. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. All right, that's pretty good. I'm gonna add a little more olive oil to this. And then I'm gonna add the chicken in. That'll be good. And then I think this is good after that. Yeah, Sarah, what I have too, so specific to camping, take a bag with take your bag with your phone in it. Your phone's right there. Specific to camping, I have like notes. So I started using Evernote a long time ago, and I recently made a transition to using Apple Notes, which was different. But it basically, Evernote was like, hey, we're gonna charge you a bunch of money for this, and now it doesn't work very well. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to continue using this. But I was using it for a long time, so I have like I have notes for things like tent camping, right? Which literally has it's everything. It's like everything that I need to remember about tent camping. Like it's a packing list of down to the detail of like everything that's in my kitchen boxes, everything. It's a whole packing list. So like basically when I am packing for a trip, I move everything down to the hallway. It's before like to preload the car, and I check things off the list. Like I'll look in the bag and I'm like, yep, all that stuff is in there. Check, 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 check. When the list is done, I know that I didn't forget anything. And when I get that list, like that note also has like to-dos that start the week before the trip. And it's a day-to-day, here's what I should do, basically it's all the tasks, and my template, I just have them in a specific, like I have them in sort of a general order that as I go through, I update. Like for this trip that we're doing right now, I had a bunch of other stuff that I needed to do. Like I got a new ground tarp, so I had to cut that to like the shape of my tent bottom, because my tent is not 10 feet by 25 feet, which is what the tarp is. So like I had to add that to my list and put it in like the queue of things. And like I did that right before stream today, because that's when it made sense to do. So I'm very very, very detail oriented about it. Like down to a bit of an obsessive level where I don't forget anything though. Like I don't forget things when I go camping. Because I've just been doing it. We've been doing it for so long. You know, when I get a new piece of gear, I update my list. I went through before this trip and fully updated my template, my tent camping template. Because I got some new gear, I got some new stuff. Like there's been some stuff that like bothers me about this template. So like I finally got around to like editing it. Kale, welcome in. Nice to have you. Camille, welcome. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Kelly on YouTube says, you're cracking me up. You must be a type A personality. Yeah, kind of. I have big Libra tendencies in that sense of like organization, right? Jane, welcome in. Hello. You reminded me there's a note-taking app I need to sign up for. I have used so many different like to-do list managers, all of that. It's like yeah, it's definitely I don't love the like the managers like that try to do too much for you, because I like things to be my own way. Surprisingly, I know that'll be surprising. I know that's a surprise to everybody that I love things to be my way. I'm an only child. Hi. Anyway, I like things to be my way. So generally, like things like budgeting spreadsheets, to-do list managers, blah, blah, blah. I like build those myself because I want them to do exact specific things. I have a budgeting spreadsheet that I use for camping, for group trips. That is, it's wild. Like I use the same spreadsheet for every group trip that I go on. If it's more than just me and Calvin, and it will do basically like, so for the last camping trip I went on that I organized with a bunch of Calvin's friends, there was seven families going, 19 total people. I budgeted down to like, oh, you're staying for one night and you bought firewood, which is a group item. So like we charge firewood to the family, but we charge food to the individual because everybody gathers around the fire, but an individual eats food. It's like, it's so neurotic. It's not neurotic. It's built on my very specific use cases over the past 15 years. And yeah, when I switched over from Evernote, everything exported, but it all got messed up. So I spent like a month and a half like fixing things. Tatsu, welcome in. Hello. Nice to see you. It is still Tuesday. Yes. Unfortunately so. Although I will say that I am ready to pack the car for this trip for the reason that the rest of the week is like awful to be able to like get any type of long form organizational time. So like today, basically I backed, so when I say I have like a sheet, right? When I have a sheet that was, for everything, I like backed all of my tasks up 4 days and then just did them 4 days ahead of time this time. Yeah, sorry about the screeching from this pan here. I'm shredding chicken and there's definitely a little bit of like glass on glass situation. Alcohol expenses, Tatsu. Yeah, so when I go on a trip with my friends, I'm the only sober one generally. Actually, no, that's not true. There's one other person who's fully sober, and then there's a lot of people who just don't. Actually, not a lot. No, there's a mix. There's a mix of people. Deathwish, hello. So basically, when you fill out this spreadsheet, it's like, here's your name, and then there's a couple columns that say, are you going? Yes. For how many nights? Are you eating? Are you drinking? Are you consuming any other products? Are you part of the group that is using a rental vehicle? Some people rent, some people don't vehicles. And it accounts for all of that. So a person who is going on if we have a 4-night trip and we have someone who's staying for 3 nights, who's eating but sober and is being part of the rental group, will pay a different amount than someone who's staying for 3 nights who is drinking and not riding in the rental. And basically what it allows for is that, like, hey, Drew, you rent the car, Jesse, you get firewood. Anybody who gets alcohol, give me your receipts. Anybody, like, if you buy, basically what I say is, if you buy something for the trip, take a picture of your receipt and text it to me. I will put it in the spreadsheet, and at the end of the trip, it spits out what you owe. It doesn't spit it out, it's there the whole time. But, like, at the end of the trip, I will tell you what you specifically owe. And you can validate that data on the sheet. It's a public spreadsheet, open to whatever. It's open to anybody I've previously shared it with. And that's it. And, like this past trip, we had one person with Calvin's friends who was only staying for 1 night, who was bringing their own food. And I was like, great, you get to pay for a little portion of the firewood. You get to pay for 1 night worth of the campsite, and we're not going to charge you for the total cost of the food because you're not eating it. Easy. So all of that, I like have all these little systems that sort of work, which is why when I'm like, we have these group camping trips, I'm like, I don't mind organizing the thing because, frankly, I'm already more organized than, like, the app that you're using to manage the group expenses is. Like, it's like, I guarantee you that spreadsheet does a better job figuring out who owes what for a very specific circumstance than one of those, like, shared group expense apps. I'm positive. For my very specific use case, it works better than anything else I've ever done. For other things, probably not. Yeah, it sounds like a good algebra question. Yeah, it's definitely an algebra question. No doubt about that. All right. Pasta salad, done. Finished. I have to package it, but it's good and it tastes good. Pasta salad, we have made it. Okay. Next thing I want to do is the risotto. Because that takes a little while. It needs to cool down. Everything else that we're doing today does not have to be cooked. So the risotto is the only other thing that needs cooking, based on the prep for this trip. Tatsu, yeah, exactly. So basically, what the way that it works is we have a total cost of the trip, right? Like, you add all the expenses, and then I have different metrics for, like, this is the cost per night, essentially. I break it down to, like, the cost per night for basically, like, general expenses, the cost per night if you're drinking, the cost per night if you are a rental rider, if you're eating, etc. And that cost per night is the total cost of alcohol divided by the number of people who say yes, or who have said yes, the number of people who have a yes next to their name in whatever column it is. So if we spent $100 on alcohol and there's 10 people drinking, it's $10, and it's a 1-night trip, it's $10 per person. Now, maybe we have 14 people in the trip and 4 of them aren't drinking. They don't get charged for the alcohol. So it takes all of that and sort of, like, figures those numbers out, and then it adds up the, like, per night cost for all of those things. All the per night costs that are all the per night costs are based on the yes, I'm doing this statement in the column, and then it adds up how many total nights the trip is for the overall. And then basically it adds all those numbers together, and that's what you owe for the trip. So for each person, that's like what you owe generally. And then it deducts all the things that you paid for from that total number. And that's what your balance is. So for me, I'm usually the one who rents the site, rents the cabin, buys all the food. So basically everybody pays me a different number. So for some trips, if it's like a cabin rental, I get a deposit from people. I'm like, there's no way that we're gonna, there's no way that you're gonna spend less than this, even if you buy food. So we do a deposit for those trips. Woma, welcome in. Hello. Am I camping again? We are. This is a different trip, obviously. We're doing, you know what? I'm going to do a bunch of small containers for this pasta salad. So if we're doing lunches with these, it stopped making the noise because you got past the 2-0. You're into the 2-1, etc. Territory. It does that from 200. So starting with the 200 to 209 check-ins, it does that. I don't know why. I don't know why it does that, but it does. I'm just going to package these in like lunch-size containers. Fellas, the RVs at the state parks are definitely RV focused. For sure. I'm 100% with you on that. I feel like some of them are not, but generally, like, yeah, they're catering to like RV riders or RV users. I do think that that's true. I like when you get the spots that are like rustic. I think they call them like rustic non-electric sites. Those are always the ones that are a little bit, I think. All right, 2. So these are going to be, again, lunches, at least 2 days worth of lunches. So I'm going to fill 4 of these containers. 3, 4. Okay, then it's about to get noisy in here again because the kids just came back in the house. So, FYI. 4. And then let's do 1 big container. So I don't think I'm going to leave any of this at the house because Gwen's probably not going to eat this. But we'll do 4 lunches worth, and then I'll take the rest of it with me in like some bigger containers. Because this is the type of thing that I will eat as like a night snack too. I'll eat this separate from a meal. Yeah, camping cabins, fellas. I do love a camping cabin. I love that they call them rustic cabins in the PA state parks, which are basically the ones that have like, an electric. They're electric. They have electric and running water, but they're all sort of the same. I've seen a bunch of our state parks here in Pennsylvania have done a transitioned like 10, 15 of their sites to being glamping sites where they have like a platform and a tent with electric running water, a full-size bed. They're atmospherically controlled as well, so they have like a sort of an air conditioner heater, one of those like I forget what they're called, split vent things. I've definitely so those are a big thing now here, which I don't hate, but they're super expensive. Like I thought about getting one for our I'm considering getting one for our 100th night of camping, tent camping. Just as like a special treat, you know, like I wouldn't generally rent one, but they're for our we're about to hit 100. Calvin and I are about to hit 100 nights of tent camping, so I might rent one for that. But I would otherwise not. Well, this is all pasta salad. So we have a pasta salad with what is in here? Broccoli, tomatoes, red bell peppers, carrots, green black olives, orzo, pesto, shallot, and chicken thighs. So these are lunch. These are going to be lunch, and it is super satisfying that they all fit in there. I'm very, very, very satisfied with that. Yes, exactly. 3, 4, 5, 6 containers worth. Perfect. Yeah, well, it's just a treat. Exactly. It wouldn't be anything like, I would not make a habit out of it. We do the state park cabins. I try to do those like once a year. Usually that is our February trip, is a cabin trip. And they're a little more expensive for sure. But I like those better than an Airbnb, which is even more expensive. And usually I like the cabins, the state park cabins, because they're in a state park and you can just walk out and go hiking. That part's pretty nice. All right, we're gonna need that Parmesan for the risotto, and let's get this in the refrigerator. Can you turn that down? Okay. How much do they charge you? I have no idea, Velas. It's less than 300 for sure for the cabins. I think 300 would be far too much. I wouldn't stay at them if they were 300. Loma, enjoy your lurk. And drive safe. Okay. We are finished with the pasta salad. We have packed it. It is completed. Where did I put my pen? I don't know. Oh, there it is. Okay, pasta salad is completely done. So let's turn our attention to this risotto, because I think this should be relatively quick, but risotto can be tricky. So let's read the recipe a little bit. Okay, prep your gear. In a small saucepan over medium-high heat, warm the chicken stock to a simmer, then decrease the heat to low. Line a baking sheet with parchment paper and set it near the stove. Why are we lining a baking sheet with parchment paper? Oh, because we are cooling it. This is a quick cooling recipe, meaning we're going to pour it out onto a baking sheet and then put it in containers. Okay. Interesting. Build your base. In a heavy medium saucepan over medium-low heat, melt 1 tablespoon of the butter, then add the shallot. We have 1 medium shallot peeled and finely chopped. Cook, stirring frequently until it is soft and fragrant but not brown, about 2 minutes. So butter. We need how much butter? 3 tablespoons of butter, separated. Salted butter, it says. Okay, we always have salted butter on hand. 3 tablespoons. So there's 3, and we'll cut 1 off. Okay, so we have our butter. Now, add the rice to the pan and toast, stirring constantly until the grains are translucent. 2 to 3 minutes. Increase the heat to medium. Pour in the wine. Pour in the wine and stir until the liquid is almost entirely absorbed. Okay, ladle, stir, and repeat. 1 ladleful at a time. Start adding the hot stock to the rice, stirring continually. Wait for the rice to absorb each new addition of stock before adding another. Once your pot of stock is 2/3 empty, around the 15-minute mark, start tasting. Continue adding stock and stirring until the rice grains are creamy on their outsides and just slightly chalky in their middles. You won't necessarily use all your stock, and that's okay. Transfer the rice to a prepared baking sheet, spreading it into a thin layer. Refrigerate the risotto until cool. Fold up the parchment to envelop the risotto in a little package. Seal in a resealable bag or container and refrigerate. Okay. Prep the cheesy butter. In a medium bowl, combine the cheese. What kind of cheese? Finely grated Parmigiano. The remaining 2 tablespoons of butter and a few grindings of pepper, and using a fork, stir and mash the mixture until it's well incorporated. Transfer the mixture onto a sheet of parchment paper or thin plastic wrap, roll tightly into a log, and freeze. That's what we do beforehand. To reheat this, in a medium saucepan, combine the risotto and 1 cup of the water, stirring frequently until the rice is loose but not soupy, and heated through 3 to 5 minutes. Taste for doneness. Add the remaining water, stirring constantly to cook the rice grains so they're slightly firm in the center but not chalky. Add the cheesy butter to the risotto and stir well to melt and combine. Season with salt, then top with the roasted vegetables if desired. Serve immediately. Okay, so it says for a bright and sunny lemon pepper version, make the cheesy butter as directed, but add the zest of 1 lemon and 2 teaspoons lemon juice plus many good cranks of black pepper. So we're going to do that. I think that sounds great. Okay, so first, before we do that, I'm going to, because I will forget to add the lemon and that I just said that I wanted to add here. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to put the butter and Parmesan in a bowl, because we're gonna do this part in a little bit here. This is going to be towards the end. So I'm going to soften this butter, and we'll add 2 teaspoons zest of 1 lemon. Okay, zest of 1 lemon is about that much zest. Okay, and we have our frozen zest from previous lemons. I'm also going to add a teaspoon of lemon juice to this. I am opening a new container of lemon juice. 2 teaspoons of lemon juice. So 1, 2. We're not really measuring. We don't need to measure this. That's fine. Okay, that, and then into this bowl, we're also going to grate the cheese in just a bit. Okay, so I want to warm up my stock. Let's do that in a small pan. So we're going to warm this. It calls for 4 cups of low sodium chicken stock or vegetable stock. I bought stock today because I have stock of my own. I just wanted to make this easier on myself, honestly, so I didn't have to thaw anything. I thought about it, and then I was like, no, I didn't buy the chicken stock. I had it in the refrigerator, or not the fridge, sorry, in the pantry from previous recipe testing and development stuff. Okay, so this is good. We're gonna start this on a simmer burner in the back here. Heat that up. Let me stir these onions. Take a look at these onions now, y'all. These look so wildly different than they did before, but these are almost finished. We have caramelized onions. So these I put on the stove probably 30 minutes into stream. So take however long I've been streaming and subtract 30 minutes, and that's how long these have been cooking for. They're at the lowest temperature they can be and are looking really good. Very happy with those. They look quite different than they did when we started. Okay, so we have the stock going, we have the butter, we have the shallot is ready. I need a cup of rice, it says. So I'm using arborio rice. It calls for carnaroli rice, which I'm not sure what the difference is between those two. But I got the rice that you usually make risotto with, so we're using that. I'm hoping that there isn't really any functional difference between those two, because because I don't know, but I think this is probably fine. The risotto, this is like a quick risotto anyway. I don't think there's going to be too much of a difference here. Ah, interesting. Jane, that's great. What was different about the caramelized onion? Like, what was different about that recipe for you? This, I'm not really using a recipe. Like, I just kind of, this is the sort of thing where I just like put it on the stove and put it on low and then just keep stirring it. I just like, this is the first thing I do on trip prep days is literally like cut up several onions and put them in a pan and then just leave them there until I think they're done. So I wish I could say that I'm using a recipe, but I'm not at all. Definitely just, it's definitely just a, uh, sort of an ad hoc thing. Do I have any more stock in here though? That's the thing. Because I always end up using a little bit more. I feel like I always end up using more than it calls for, but I don't know. We'll see. If we end up needing more, I'll put. I have another container in there, and I'll put some more in the pan. Okay. But I don't need to measure the wine because I can just measure that when we get there. Let's do. I want to grate this cheese though into my butter / lemon mixture here, because I don't want to end up doing this later. I don't want to. Basically, I want to finish prepping all my ingredients before starting heat on this, because once I start putting the heat on here, I'm going to want to focus on it. And if I am trying to grate in between those two things, I'm not going to be able to focus. So I just have a cup measure here. Let me wash my hands before I get started with this, because this is going to be a pretty hands-on situation. So Jane says for Alton Brown's caramelized onions, use white pepper, brown sugar, soy, baking soda, and water. Interesting. Okay. You know, this is fascinating. I think I've never added any of those things. I would love to actually try a caramelized onion recipe though, one of these days, because it sounds good. Like it sounds quite tasty. Especially with the sugar in there. Like who doesn't love that? I'm into that idea. Okay, we're moving the cookbook off to the side a little bit so I can get my cutting board to lay flat here. So we're adding we're adding a cup of finely grated Parmigiano Reggiano cheese. I do not have Parmigiano Reggiano. This is just Parmesan. So hopefully the recipe still works. I think it'll be fine. You probably really just use any cheese. Honestly, it's melting into the dish. So I don't think there's a like mandatory, it has to be this exact thing. Now, if it was called like Parm Reggiano Risotto, then yeah, kind of. But it's not. It's called Instant Fancy Restaurant Risotto. So we're taking some liberties here. Also, the cheese place didn't have Parmigiano Reggiano, so I didn't get it. The sugar definitely helped. That's wonderful. I'm like, should I just put, see, here's where my mind goes right now, Jane. My mind is like, should I just put like a tablespoon of sugar into the pan right here? Just kind of dump it in and mix it around and see what happens. Like, I think no, but also like, I don't think it would hurt. I'm sure it would be tasty. Look at that. That's about a cup. Beautiful. Okay. So we're dumping that with the cheese, butter, pepper, cheese, butter, and pepper. Where did my little pepper container go? There it is. Okay. And pepper. I'm going to grate just a little bit more cheese because who doesn't like more cheese, right? And also, I think that was a little bit, it was a little like aerated, so it's probably not quite a cup of cheese. We should probably add a little bit more. I think we should definitely use the side of the grater that works, that grates things though. That's always helpful. Okay. So this is good. We're I'm gonna add that. I'm gonna pop this into a little plastic baggie and pop that into the fridge. My stock on the stove back there is sort of swirling a little bit. I can see it's getting warm. So 9, you put some balsamic vinegar and you caramelize the onions. Okay. That's good too, because the vinegar, I mean, that's super sugary. Like that has, well, the balsamic anyway, so probably reduces down to like just delicious sweetness. The cheese scam. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's disappointing. That's very disappointing. Like, what happened? What's going on here? I was thinking, I was like, oh, I should add some salt to this. No, it's got cheese. We don't need to add salt. Plenty of salt. I'm going to add some more pepper, though. Okay, so this is all just going to sit here for a little bit and then sort of get mixed together at the end. So, done with the cutting board. The other things that we're doing here are... I need my cutting board out still. Yes, because I need to cut up some green onions, and then we're going to prep the mushrooms on here. So we're going to keep that cutting board out on the counter, just as it is over there. All right, I have my shallot. I have my rice. I have the wine. And my stock is on the stove. Okay, let's get out the pan here. It says in a medium saucepan over medium low heat. Okay, so I'm going to do this pan. I don't really want to get out my Dutch oven, and I think this is fine. I think this is a large saucepan, I would say. But I don't want to get the Dutch oven out today. In general, so I'm not. Okay. Melt 1 tablespoon of the butter, add the shallot. Okay, so we're gonna add the butter. Adding the butter, then we're gonna add the shallot. Shallot is already cut. Cook about 2 minutes, add the rice, stirring constantly until the grains are translucent. Okay, so come on over to the stove, because what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look. We're gonna move away from the onions for now. We'll check in on those again in just a little bit. But for now, we're going to come over to the stove and look at my look at this risotto pan as it goes. And I'm going to get a spoon and give this a little stir. Okay, so come on over to the stove for a few minutes here, and we've got our pan, and then in the back, on that back burner there, is my my stock. So this is good. So we have the butter. Now we're going to add the shallot. Okay, now this is a medium. We're on a medium heat here. We've added the shallot, soft and fragrant, not bound, about 2 minutes. Then we add the rice and cook that for about 2 minutes. Okay, so why don't I just set a timer here so I'm not like overdoing it. I don't think it's, I'm pretty sure, I have a lot of confidence that will be, I will know what I'm doing here, but you know, the misplaced confidence of men is the downfall of our society. Anyway, social commentary. Shallots, look. So we're just getting these to sizzle. These have been on for a little more than a minute now. We just want these to be slightly translucent. That's what it is. Okay, those look good. How much wine am I getting here? 1/3 of a cup. Okay, that's easy. I just used 1/3 of a cup measure. Perfect. Okay, so shallots are good. Let's add the rice here, and we're going to cook that for 2 to 3 minutes. Then we're going to pour the wine. So the rice is in, and we started our 2-minute timer for the rice. So we're just looking for browning here. It's now, this part says stirring constantly. Until the grains are translucent at their tips. Okay, translucent tips is what we're looking for. So my heat is at a medium low. It's funny, I can't tell which are the shallots. The shallots are diced, and the grains are also very small. And it's like, okay, which ones are which? The shallots are already translucent, but the grains are not. All right, my stock on that back burner there is at a nice. It's not quite at a full simmer yet, but I'm getting some smoke or evaporation off of it, so I'm going to turn that down to a low. And this smells good. So I'm looking for these to be translucent at the tips, which I would say they are, just about. I don't know if that's coming through specifically, but like we have some of these grains, and if you look, they are, you look at the ends of them, they are in fact translucent. Good little note. All right, so that was about 2 minutes for those. And I can see I'm getting some sticking on the bottom of the pan. Just this moment. So that's right about time to pour the wine in. So let's get my dry white wine. This is white cooking wine. I'm going to put 1/3 of a cup in here, and we're going to stir it until it is mostly absorbed, it says. Ooh, smells good. All right. So we're starting to add the liquid here now. This is the part where it turns from rice to risotto. So most of the liquid is absorbed. So this looks, I would say, like most of the liquid has been absorbed. That was pretty quick. 1 ladleful at a time, start adding the hot stock to the rice. Okay. So we're going to take a little ladle of here, and we're going to stir it in. Waiting for the rice to absorb each new addition before adding another. Once your pot of stock is 2/3 empty, around the 15-minute mark, start tasting the risotto for doneness. Okay, so basically we're going to cook this for about 15 minutes. And I'll set a timer there. And we're sort of boiling. And this is where it you gotta watch it, but I could step away from this for a few moments here to do another little something if I need to. But generally, I'm just gonna keep adding bits of liquid a little bit at a time here. I'm not doing a full ladle. I set a timer for 15 minutes, so we're gonna let that go. I think what I will do while I'm kind of letting this sputter and putter over here on the stove is we're going to come back to the counter and get out the things for my mushrooms, which are the next thing that I'd like to assemble. So this is smelling really nice. I think I'm going to add a little bit of pepper to this as I'm cooking it too, because this is going to be very salty. Michael, I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out today. All right, so about every 2 minutes or so, we add liquid to this. It looks like, because it's pretty much gone in the bottom now. There we go. Getting there. This is the unexciting part. Although I guess if you are into like things moving slowly, it's certainly very satisfying to stand and stir something like this for the full sort of amount of time. And watch it expand and cook. Yeah, this looks good though. I'm like, okay, should I have doubled this? But I think this is just a dinner, and we're gonna add the mushrooms that I'm making are part of this dinner as well. So come on back over to the counter here for just a few minutes. I'm going to get out my mushrooms. So we're making a big packet of mushrooms to go along with the risotto. We're going to mix this in to the risotto. So I'm making these, but I'm not cooking them today. We're like literally assembling a package of mushrooms. These are going to get cooked on the fire. They're like roasted in foil mushrooms. Okay. Risotto is looking good. Let me get the directions out for these and just make sure I have everything out on the counter. So these are beautifully basic mushroom roast, 1.5 pounds of mixed mushrooms trimmed and sliced, 2 medium shallots peeled and thinly sliced, 6 tablespoons of salted butter, which is, 6 tablespoons of salted butter, cut into pieces, it says. So we'll cut that up in just a moment. We're getting everything out right now. 12 sprigs of thyme, salt, and pepper. So easy. Easy enough. All right, let's come on over to this. Check this risotto out again. Just about ready to add another scoop of liquid to this. And my timer just crossed 11. We have 11 minutes left on this. So we're getting there. I have this a little lower in temp than the recipe says because I always find I'm using the big burner here. Like this is a larger sort of this is my quick boil burner. So I know that when I have things on that burner, they're going to cook a lot faster. So, okay, cut a double layer of aluminum foil, arrange the mushrooms and shallots that run lengthwise. Distribute the butter, thyme, and salt evenly over the top. Easy enough. Okay, let's get a bowl together, and we're going to trim all of these mushrooms and get them ready to cook. They're not currently ready to cook. But all of the mushroom trimmings are also going to go into my stock bowl that is going to be, I'll pop that back in the freezer at the end of stream today once we're finished with all of our vegetable needs. And so the end of that, let's see, what else do we have to do vegetable cut up wise? We have the mushrooms, the thyme, and green onions. So we have a few more vegetables to prep today. Risotto is looking good. I'm just keeping I'm keeping like the bulk of my brain reminding myself that there's risotto in the stove and that I need to keep stirring. Because it does need to be stirred consistently. Okay, we have 3 different types of mushrooms here. We have oyster mushrooms, chestnut mushrooms, and black pearl mushrooms. I got some like special looking mushrooms today because for this particular one, because I wanted them to be nice. Like I wanted to have some like nice roasted mushrooms. So these are the black pearl ones. I'm actually going to take a picture of these. Shart, welcome in. Hey, that's 6 months. That means you get Cookie Club that means you get a Cookie Club entry this month, or not entry. That means you get cookies this month, period, for being a 6-month subscriber. Isn't that cool? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for hitting the subscription button. It's good to see you. I saw your notice in Discord the other day. How do you feel about the stream yesterday? I know that you were live and doing the thing. You feel good about it? Did it go as you hoped? What would you do? What would you do different? Would you do anything differently? Would you change anything? What would you change? So Shart was recently streaming yesterday. Resident Evil 1, I think, was the game. Was Resident Evil 1 the original like PlayStation one? I need to learn how to yap more. It's definitely a thing that takes some getting used to in a weird way. It's funny. I remember real early on, I saw a little chart that says, that was like, you know, if people aren't chatting, here's what you can do. And it was like just different ideas. And it was interesting. So I was like, oh, but all of these are gaming related. I was like, none of these, but they're not all gaming related. But it is definitely a thing where you're like, oh, shoot. And the talking though is like what makes people, if like right towards the beginning, if you're like just starting, you know, and you don't have a lot of folks hanging out in chat or whatever, or like whatever. I mean, like, listen, earlier today in stream, there was probably like 10, maybe 15 minutes. It was like right when I started the risotto today, folks, like it was a kind of a lull in folks saying anything in chat today, which again, going back to the statements, my previous statements on stream, totally fine, never expected. And I always like to say I will fill the gaping sounds of silence from chat with the sound of my own voice. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That takes a little bit of like, oh shit, I just have to keep talking. Okay, coming back over here and look at the risotto. I think it definitely takes a little, like, you have to be conscious of it. But I'm glad that it went well for you. I am glad that it went well. The original PlayStation. I remember playing it on the original PlayStation in my friend Ryan's basement when he had a PlayStation, and I definitely remember like, yeah, I remember playing it. It was scary. It was actually scary. All right, so risotto is good. I added a little bit more liquid than I did last time because I'm doing kind of two things at once now. So I'm trying to like hedge my bets. If I was standing at the stove, I would probably add less than liquid than I just did, but I want to be able to like forget about it for 2 minutes and then be like, oh shit, the risotto, which I'll do. Watch it happen. Where did I put that other rubber band? There it is. Surfa says, I love how you just keep rambling on. Listen, yeah, as I said, that one of the reasons I started streaming was to have folks to like talk to and talk at probably not the best way to put that. Um, but like Gwen didn't want to hang out at the counter and like chat with me all the time after work, which is totally valid. But I like talking. So we keep on. You just keep on doing it. It's just that's the strategy. These are wild. Look at these. What do they say these are? Chestnut mushrooms? Yeah. These are super cool. These are solid. Like very firm. Firm is the term I'm looking for. But look at these. I'm gonna see some neat mushrooms come on over to the screen. Yeah, these are pretty. Oh, there you go. There's a good view. They're pretty neat. So we're going to cut the bottoms of these off. And then we're going to put more of the stem in here. Now these are already like cleaned and ready to go. I got these from the market where they are like hand packed. Like they're very fastidious. I got these from Iovine Brothers actually in Reading Terminal, which is my go-to produce place when I don't go to the farmer's market. So these are fun. And then we also have oyster mushrooms. Hold on. These two have like big old stems. We're going to cut those. I'm going to throw the stems in there because the stems are so good. Come on back over to the stove here and look at this risotto real quick with me here while I'm thinking about it. So this has 2 minutes left on it. 2 minutes left. It's certainly increased in volume. I'm going to add a little bit more water to this, or a little bit more water, a little bit more broth to this. And then this is going to take us to the point of wanting to taste this and see if these are good. So basically, once this cooks off or down a little bit more, we'll be good. We'll be good to go. And then for Twinderella here, the oyster mushrooms are the last of these. Hey, yo, look at the price on these mushrooms, y'all. Hey, y'all want some 420 mushrooms? I was talking about the unit price, which is $11.99 a pound. Just happens to be $4.20. Anyway, it's mushroom time. We have these oyster mushrooms. These are also packaged and cleaned. These are like, I could probably just dump these in right out of this container. I'm not going to. I'm going to like break them apart a little bit. Yeah. So we're adding all of these basically to a big aluminum foil packet, and then we're going to add some thyme and butter. Thyme, butter, shallots, salt, pepper in here. And I'm going to roast these. These are going to get, they're going to get roasted, not today. We're making a foil packet to roast these on the fire. And then these are going to get roasted on the same night we have the risotto. And then when these are finished on the fire, we're just going to mix them into the risotto. So the risotto itself is not standalone. It is also going to have a ton of mushrooms in it. Oysters, chestnuts, and black pearl mushrooms. Okay, timer is going off. That means that the risotto is at 15 minutes. I'm going to stop that, and we're going to start a count up timer. Come on back over to the stove again. Take a look at this risotto. It's coming along. We don't have any sticking on the bottom. But let me read this recipe. Let me read this recipe and see what the next step is here at 15 minutes, just to reconfirm. KBJ, Kosher Bacon Jam, welcome in. I went camping last week for our stream, and then we're going camping again. So this is for a trip upcoming. Once your pot of stock is 2/3 empty, continue adding stock and stirring until the rice grains are creamy on their outside and slightly chalky in the middles. Okay, so we need to taste this now. Taste and season is what we're doing now. That's the next step. So creamy on the outside, chalky in the middle. You get a little spoonful of grains here. I'm anticipating that these aren't quite finished yet, but I could be surprised. No, not quite. Okay, that needs a little bit of pepper, as previously stated. It also needs a little bit of salt. I'm gonna add some pepper to that. I'm gonna add some salt to this, and we're gonna let's do another like 4 minutes on this, and then we'll test it again. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit more of the stock. Okay. Here's your bacon. Something in the post. I am excited. I'm excited. The Lisa's will be happy to hand it to me. I will look forward to it. I get alerts in my mail. I get alerts for my mail, so whenever things are like coming.
Yeah.
I'm just looking downstairs to see what's happening. It sounds awful down there.
Read all of the air out, and then all of the air out, and then try to sleep.
Okay.
Oh, yes,
I do. There's 2 Lisas that work at the post office. They're both great. They're both great. And the Lisas know me. The Lisas know everyone who comes in there regularly. They're good folks. Wait, I can't check anything off my list yet because I didn't finish anything. I'm just like, I'm thinking I'm finished, but I'm not finished. This is because the timer went off on the risotto. I think that these caramelized onions are done. They are caramelized. They look great. And functionally, I turned them off a few minutes ago. So whether or not they were done before, they're done now. Because once you take the heat off of them, you can't really like go back again. Okay, so risotto's looking good. Let's get my packet ready for these. Actually, before I do the packet for this, I'm going to slice the green onions because then I'll be finished with both my cutting board and my stock bowl. So that will be good. The green onions are for the... What are the green onions for? The green onions are for the griddle cakes, which are here. I need 10 green onions sliced. They get mixed into the batter. So that's quite a lot of green onion. I would like to just put those in a little container. So we're going to slice these and just package them right away, which is easy enough. Easy enough. I'm going to use my green onions that I have left over on the counter. Not left over. They're just... These are green onions that have been grown and regrown several times now. So let's just cut these off with scissors. Yeah, the camera mount. The on the stove vent. I don't love having those directly over the stove if I can help it because I've melted my camera before doing that, which is always a fun thing to have happen. But the arm lets me swing that camera, the camera from the stove down to the oven. Like I use the same camera to look into the oven as I do like to look at the pots on the stove. And it also, if I like want to do a shot of like doing dishes, I use the same camera. So that camera over there sort of articulates into all sorts of different places into the room, which is why I like the having it on the arm versus the static like mounted camera. Um, okay, risotto still going. Still seems good. Okay, looking good. And these we're just gonna cut up now. Let me trim the ends off of the brown ends off the ends of some of these. Okay. And then we're thinly slicing these. So I said 10 green onions. This is probably about right. I don't know. Everyone likes extra microplastics. Yes. As one does. I actually melted the camera when I was doing what was I making? I was making harissa. And the recipe that I have calls for roasting a red pepper, like flame roasting it over the stove burner. And when you put a camera over top of a pot, right? For example, this one right here, the pot kind of gets in the way. There's a pot of things buffering the heat from the flame and above. When you just put a pepper directly on the stove without putting a pan between that, the camera hovering directly above that pepper gets really hot, and it starts to not work after about 3 minutes or so. And it's funny, there's a clip of it somewhere. I should have a command to bring that clip up, because I've mentioned it a couple times, but I don't. But it definitely, I was looking at it and I was like, man, the quality of that camera is awful. And I'm like, oh wait, because it's literally melting. Right. Yeah, that's a great idea. The stuff that you don't see sometimes, that like how the thing works, is always really fascinating. They're like, oh, this is like, how did you get that shot? Well, that kind of thing is funny. It's always like when you see people out in the world doing like filming like social media content, it always looks so funny because like you see it from an angle that it's never meant to be seen at, whereas when you watch it online, it's like edited and looks nice, looks the way it's supposed to. We saw Calvin and Gwen and some of her family who were in town went out to breakfast this morning, and they saw someone on the street. So it's election day here in Philly, and they saw someone out on the street filming a go out and vote type of video. But he was just like, they saw him and he was just like out, like just some guy on the street who dressed all like in a top hat, a bunch of gold rings and accessories, like filming himself on his phone, and then like he had someone else filming him. But like I'm sure that whatever platform that was for looked a lot more professional. Maybe it didn't, I don't know. It just looked from their vantage point, it just looked like some crazy person like talking into their phone, but I'm sure it was interesting. Okay, we have done. We're finished with our scrap bowl, which is great. I'm gonna stir this risotto, and this should be just about finished here. I think. First Amendment auditors. Yeah, well, it's funny. We in this section of the city, we have or rather one of the congressional reps for this district, there's no one. There's like a bunch of Democrats running, and then there's no one on the Republican side, because it's just like nobody's, because there's no chance. Because there's zero chance. There's a lot of people that work at the polls though. Like not work, but when I went up today, there was like 10 plus people like out in front of the place. Like, I don't know, it's wild. Okay. Mushrooms, shallots. Arrange the mushrooms and shallots. Okay, so I think with the shallots and the mushrooms, we're gonna mix these together, or yeah, we're gonna toss these together in the bowl, and then we're going to put them on the sheet pan, not sheet pan, aluminum foil. Then we'll put the butter, and then season them, and then we'll be ready to go. All right, so that risotto is good. I need to, sorry, I keep saying it's good, but I need to test it again because I'm still heating it. I can turn the broth in the back of the burner off here. All right, come on over to the stove. Check this risotto out with me. Twinderella, thank you for putting that in. Thank you for putting that in the chat there. I'm assuming that is the camera melting clip. Okay, so this looks good. Oh, hell yeah. That tastes amazing. Tastes amazing. And the actual like consistency of this is quite nice. Okay, so I'm turning that completely off. Transfer the rice to the prepared baking sheet, spreading it into a thin layer. Refrigerate. Okay, so I didn't make a baking sheet for this to start because I didn't think it was that important. But we can do that now real quick. We'll pop this in the fridge. This is easy because I already have out my parchment paper. Oh, Cinderella, thank you. Yeah, and I would like to make a command for it. I just haven't. I also, I have a little button. I have a little button on the stream deck here that like tells me it like sets a marker on the stream, and I go back and like watch those. Sometimes I'm like, oh, what did I want to remember from the stream? So I just marked that too. I marked it on the stream, so we have some backup. All right, so this is good, and we're gonna dump this out onto a sheet pan to cool. And then we'll finish with the mushrooms. We'll make the butter. We're gonna make our griddle cake dry mix. And we have a few things to package for the griddle cakes. And then I'm going to take a look and see what the dressing for the grilled fruit that I want to do is. I might not make that today, but we'll see. Because that's a very different, it feels like a very different level of effort. I don't know if that's a like heat, like with like to make like a simple syrup type of situation. I really didn't look at the recipe at all. Hopefully it's not one of those things with like rest for 3 days. Wouldn't we all like to rest for 3 days? That would be amazing. I don't think that's what they mean. Okay, so this is spread in a thin layer. And we're going to let that in. We're going to pop this into the refrigerator. Whoa, fuck, that's really hot on the bottom. Imagine that. We're going to pop this into the refrigerator. We're going to find a place to put this because it's a weird shape. There we go. Okay. Let's just sit it on top of all these plastic bottles and hope it doesn't melt them. And I'm not joking. Yeah, it's not going to melt those. It's not that hot. It's going to cool down quick. And if it doesn't, we'll have melted ketchup. It's okay. All right, let me wash my hands real quick, and then we'll get to the finishing the mushrooms. Nine, yeah, it's a funny clip. I haven't watched that one in a while. Sofa says recipe for watermelon, basil, feta, orzo pasta. Yes, that does sound amazing. That does sound amazing. I love all the any kind of like soft, salty cheese in there would be good. Mix in some goat cheese too. Feta does have an aftertaste. I know what you mean. I know what you're talking about. I don't find it off-putting, but I know exactly what you mean. Okay. Am I cutting anything else? No, I'm not. Okay, we're finished with the knife. Great. Okay. Packet. 24 inches long. No, but that's fine. Not worried about it. We're going to put all this in a packet, so that's just how it's going to go. Okay. We'll probably do a couple wraps here. So let's just get 3 of these off and ready to go. All right, so I said I was going to mix in the shallots before we did anything else, so let's get the shallots in there. Arrange the mushrooms and shallots to run lengthwise down the middle, stopping 2 inches shy of either end. Distribute the butter, thyme, and salt. Oh, the butter. I, of course, immediately have to get my knife back out. So, interesting, Twindrella. So fresh ginger. What compelled you to try it fresh again? Or I guess try is not the right term, because if you're making things with it in there, it's not like you're just like nibbling on fresh ginger, you know? Is that a thing people do? Do people eat like fresh ginger? I feel like that's one of those. You ever seen the social media videos of the guy on the plane eating, or like in public spaces eating like a dozen raw eggs, or like a bulb of garlic, or like a whole onion, and he's like dying, and the people near him are like dying, but for different reasons. Those are some good videos. I like those. Anyway, the point is, I don't think I've ever seen that person eat anything with ginger in it, or eat any like straight up raw ginger. I think that'd be maybe too much. I'm putting this back in here because I want to put the salt on it before. I want to put the salt on it and mix it before I put it on the packet. It doesn't say to do that, but I think that's what I want to do. Add the mushrooms and shallots. Season generously with pepper. It says distribute the butter, thyme, and salt evenly over the top. Well, I'm going to distribute the butter. I'm going to distribute the salt and pepper evenly throughout. And I think that'll be better. Whoa, okay, that is a lot of fucking mushrooms. My bad. I was definitely like, okay, yeah, this is a big, the thing with these, see what happened with these is, these are all going to get a lot smaller when I cook them. So we'll kind of like consolidate these in. I'm going to press these in like that. Okay. I'm consolidating the dishes in the sink too. Yeah, straight up raw ginger does sound like a tummy ache. No, that's great. That's great. I think it's just like trying things, and your taste buds change frequently enough. Like you acquire a taste for things that you didn't have before through, I don't know, for lots of reasons, because of life. It's definitely a thing that happens. Okay, we're going to still hate mayonnaise. Listen, that's valid. You don't have to like things. That's the thing. I'm in the like just try it camp, as opposed to the like you must learn to enjoy it. I don't think learning to enjoy it is the right move, but I do think that like, you know, whenever you encounter the thing, just try it again and see if you like it this time, or see if you like this version of it. I think that is the more sort of adult perspective on dealing with tastes, as opposed to the like, I don't like this thing and I'm never going to eat it again. I don't like fish. Let's never try it. Like, I don't think that's the right move. I'm allergic to fish. Let's not eat it. That's different. That's different. That's a like, okay, this thing will kill you if you eat it, then don't. And that's not a scenario where it's like, are you still allergic to it? Why don't you try it again? No, that's not what I'm talking about. Oh my God, they've been watching YouTube now for like so long. He's going to be so mad at me when they leave. Okay, it's 4 p.m. my time. Let's make sure that I have all the things in here that I need. Salt, shallot, mushroom, butter, thyme, 12 sprigs of thyme. Kraft sandwich spread. Is that different than mayonnaise? What's different about Kraft sandwich spread than mayonnaise? Is there, I mean, I'm assuming there's a different seasoning in it or something. Are we all team Duke's mayonnaise or are we team Hellman's? I of course believe that most folks who have made their own are team make my own, but I think if I'm specifically talking about commercial brands of mayonnaise, I am personally a grew up a Hellman's household, but I converted to Duke's as an adult. For reasons. I make no judgment about Team Hellman's. I personally converted to Team Duke's. Okay. So we got our mushroom packet here. 9, you're a Hellman's. Okay. Hellman's, I think, is more. You know when someone's like, "Oh, it's like mayonnaise," like it's so bland. Like how that's what I think Hellman's is like, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like Duke's, I think, has more seasonings in it. But like, listen, if you don't like paprika, you don't like Duke's mayonnaise. Like straight up, that's just how it is. Because it has paprika in it, you know. Whereas Hellman's, like, you could add paprika to it, and it would be good, or it would be different. It's good as it is. Oh yeah, in North Carolina, I bet. Yeah, that's a Duke's state. Duke's is a brand that I would love to have sponsor the stream. There we go. There's another one that I would be like, please sponsor me, Duke's. Okay. We're making packets here. So I'm not using heavy duty foil, so we are going to do like several layers of foil. This is just going to get tossed on the grill grate, like either on the grill grate or on the fire itself, depending on how I end up cooking. My thought is I'm probably going to put the risotto in like a little pot just on the grill grate and like cook it that way, and then I'll put the mushrooms basically like right next to it, and we'll cook the mushrooms simultaneously. Okay, these are looking good. I'm going to do one more layer of foil here. I feel like this is not a heavy duty foil, so I just want to make like extra sure that it has enough layers to not get poked or burst. So we'll do one more layer. And shoot, I didn't make this big enough, did I? I didn't. The sandwich spread is not mayo. It's a creamy spread that's mayo-like, but without the weird tongue feel from the emulsified egg. Okay. It reminds me of red. So it's like creamier almost. And yeah, it's greater seasoned. Oh my God, they're just watching YouTube shorts in the living room, and I'm at my end. I am almost at my end here. Not the end of the stream, the end of my patience. Okay. Oh my God. One of them just said we should go outside. It's like they heard me. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, 9. It's actually mayo with a bunch of stuff. That tracks. That tracks. I feel like it's probably the same base, the base of things. There we go. Okay, great. I'm gonna lock the door behind him. Okay. Yeah, fudge drawing. I don't think he knows because he wasn't the one that said it. I think he would be content to just sit there and watch YouTube shorts for hours. It really is honestly like hot out though. Like, so it really is like, it's hot. It's unpleasant. So I don't blame them for wanting to be indoors. Okay, let's get we have our mushrooms prepped and packed. We have our risotto is made. And then let's pack a couple more things right now. I'm gonna get together these. So the mushrooms are ready. I'm gonna put these in the fridge while instead of just tossing them to the side on the counter, I'm gonna put them in the fridge and like actually have a space for them to land. And then the risotto should be actually cooled off pretty soon here because it was a very thin layer. Yeah, that's almost cooled down. Yeah, one of his other friends was like, we should go outside. And is like, I don't know if they heard me or not, but I feel like after like an hour plus of like just scrolling through YouTube shorts on the TV and like not communicating with each other, it's like, it's time to get outside. Oh my God. Okay. Yes, Vanilla. Kewpie is just like a different version of all of it. The extra vinegar at 9, yeah. It probably loosens it up a little bit, like makes it less more of a liquid and less of a like spread. I don't know if that's accurate to say, but these are my caramelized onions. So these are finished. Here they are. If you like caramelized onions, they're on the screen right now. Fudge drawing, you're the pool. Yeah, I am waiting. Our public pools are not open yet. Some of them open this weekend. Some of them they're on a staggered schedule. So some of them might be open this weekend. Not that this weekend will be good pool weather here in Philadelphia. This weekend is supposed to be like 15 degrees Celsius as a high and raining. So that's fun. It's coincidentally supposed to be the same weather where we are camping, which is fine because we're going to camp no matter what the weather is. It does mean that we're like probably not going to go swimming this weekend, which is a thing that usually happens on this particular trip because there's a place to swim. Yeah, Trinrella, if you don't have a practice of it, it's definitely a thing where you're like, well, you have to sort of reintegrate with the food as a whole, is what I'm hearing. Okay, so caramelized onions are there. Those are good. We did it. We have to pack the risotto. We have to make and pack the cheesy butter, and then the dry mix for the skillet cakes are coming up. So we're doing great with timing, by the way. I feel really good about the stream and the time and the way that we're cruising in here. I need to be finished stream today. About an hour from now. I did tell Gwen that if she was home around 5 p.m., that we would want to see the cats on stream. So I do think that there may be a chance that we see a bunch of brand new bottle feeding baby kittens on stream this afternoon. If we don't see them today, we're probably not going to see them until next week, because Thursday's stream, I am planning on streaming on Thursday, but I don't know if we're going to be in the house here or if we're going to be home, if we're going to be home here or if it's going to be an IRL out in the world. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not positive what we're doing just yet. Okay, prep the cheesy butter. In medium bowl, combine the cheese, butter, pepper, using a fork. Stir and mash the mixture until it's well incorporated. Transfer the mixture onto a sheet of parchment paper or thin plastic wrap. Roll tightly into a log and freeze. Okay, so we are just adding the butter. We're mixing butter into cheese, which sounds awful. We should probably not do that. I'm just kidding. It sounds fucking great. But this is just basically getting mixed together. It says to put it on a parchment paper, but I feel like I could just put this in, I don't know, depends on the consistency. I feel like I could just put this in a small container and it would be just the same, but I don't know. We'll see. This seems like parchment paper is a good move. I bet they tested this recipe. Just saying. Anyway, this gets mixed into the risotto as it's being reheated. So this is what makes it sort of cheesy. Now, this type of thing is why this cookbook has been really nice to use, to cook from. Because it's stuff like this where, you're doing as much prep in advance as possible. Like I'm literally making the risotto ahead of time. And then the butter and cheese I'm making together. Like I'm sort of adding all of this together. And then like this just gets dumped in separately. And I don't have to like take these separate ingredients and measure them at camp, which is awesome. It is Parmesan cheese, fellows. It is the recipe calls for Parmigiano Reggiano, but I just had Parmesan, so that's what we're using. Transfer the mixture onto a sheet of parchment, roll tightly into a log, and freeze. Okay, easy enough. I am going to use parchment for this. A little more than that. There we go. And it's not a ton. This is a big piece of parchment that we're using for this, but that's okay. This is just basically like a compound butter. I mean, it is a compound butter. That's what it is. This is how you would make a compound butter, is by softening it, mixing it, and then rolling it back mixing it together, and then rolling it back together. Same exact thing. Okay, so we're just going to add a little push to that, and then we're rolling it. There we go. And let's fold this over like that into a little package. And then we can tighten that. There we go. Nice little tight butter roll. Butter cheese roll. There we go. Blue tape that. I think we will. I mean to. There we go. All right. taped. And we have our butter for the risotto. Easy. It says freeze, so we shall freeze. Y'all will note that I have a bunch of these quart containers in the freezer. When I said I was backing my schedule up a couple days, this is what I meant. Like, this is now, freezing quarts of water is now literally on my camping prep to-do list, whereas it wasn't before. And after the last time we did that, and I froze a bunch of these, and my cooler stayed ice cold, and when I got home, these were still frozen. I was like, that was the move. That was the move. So I froze 6 of these, and the thought is I might not use 6 of them, but I might, if I don't need them, it's no harm. It's just frozen things. I can just dump them into the sink and there's literally no issue. But if I do need them, I've got them. Yay! Thank you. Calvin is letting me know that a package got delivered and it is inside. Perfect. Okay, let's pack this risotto. Because after I pack the risotto, I have to make a dry mix for my skillet cakes. That is the just the dry. So these are skillet cakes. Oh, I need to shred cheese for that too. Do I have a cheese shredder in here? I do. No, shit. I used it earlier in stream. Did I use it earlier in stream? It doesn't matter. I have another one. It's fine. Okay, let me wash my hands. Yeah, the quarts of water just frozen were great. They really were. And there's an interesting section of this book that I was reading after I ended stream. So last week on Thursday when we were out camping together, I ended stream. I was like sitting and sort of decompressing a little bit, and I was reading through this cookbook, like actually reading through sections again. And one of the things that I read that I thought was fascinating was just like about cooler packing strategies, and it was like, you know, if you have extra space. Basically, and this is something I don't do, and like I'm not going to do, but it had some suggestions where it was like, you know, take, basically pack your cooler and then dump a bunch of loose ice and like shake it until it's like the loose ice kind of like falls into everything, which is obviously a good idea. But it was basically like the goal of saying to do this is that you don't want to have any pockets of air because that warms up quicker, which made a lot of sense to me. And so I was like, oh, I feel like I could take like towels or some sort of other, something that's not ice. Cause I don't put, ice, like loose ice in my cooler. I just don't. I generally don't. I haven't before. I'm not averse to it. It's just hasn't been a thing I've done. But it was basically like, you know, you don't want the ice to be cooling air. You want the ice to be cooling a solid that will retain some coldness to it. So thinking like either towels or even little plastic, like Ziploc bags of loose ice would be helpful. So for this next trip, I'm going to try that in addition to those quarts. But usually I don't have any space in my cooler. The reason I don't use loose ice, generally speaking, is I have stuff in there that shouldn't get wet. Like a container of half and half, for example, that's cardboard, like should not be sitting in water. And the other thing that I don't want to do is I don't want to put like a grate at the bottom of it to sort of keep things sitting up, because then I lose that space in the cooler. What I generally do is if I'm on a longer trip, after the first couple of days when the cooler's a little bit more empty, I will put everything in the cooler in a separate bin and then I will get like a bag of loose ice and just put it in the cooler. Like I'll put all the food in a dish pan, like a clean dish pan, and put that in and kind of sit that, and then I'll put like a bag of ice underneath of that or something. So all that risotto ended up being about 3 cups or so worth of risotto. I don't think this is enough, honestly. Like with the mushrooms, it's going to be okay. But doing this recipe again, I would literally just double this recipe, and I'm going to note that in here because it says that it serves 4 as a hearty side. I want to serve 2 as a gut-busting meal. So I'm just going to write down yield is about 3 cups. That way I know, because this is the type of thing that I will most certainly make again. Because the process was easy. That's the thing. When the process is easy, it bears repeating. That's my thought on it. Okay, so all of that is good. Excellent. Okay, risotto is finished and packed. God, my sink is absolutely destroyed. I didn't do any dishes today. Gwen's gonna get home and be like, "Oh, MFG, OMFG." Okay, risotto is made and packed. Done. Skillet cakes. Let's take a look at what those entail. 9, dry ice. You know, I've never used dry ice in my cooler. I don't even know where to get dry ice. It feels like one of those things that like you'd have to go to a lab. You'd have to be like, "Excuse me, scientist, do you have any dry ice?" Like, I know it's not, but it feels like it to me. It feels like that's sort of the energy that dry ice brings is like inaccessible, generally speaking. Could you call the bears having offspring bears repeating? Yeah, you could. And I would. You got it from 7-Eleven. I didn't even know they had dry ice at 7-Eleven. I've like... Dry ice feels so inaccessibly, it just generally to me. Like, again, I know that it's not. Clearly it's not. But it's one of those things where it feels like it. In a resealable bag or container, combine the flour, cornmeal, buttermilk powder, sugar, chia seeds, baking powder, salt, and cheddar, making sure to toss the cheese well in the mixture to coat. Refrigerate or freeze. Okay. All-purpose flour, cornmeal. So I need to get some things out of my baking cabinet. Oh God, snow fluff. Does that mean like the internet's down everywhere? Or like just cell phone? Does that mean it's like everybody? Apparently in Philadelphia, they have vending machines with dry ice, says 9 says I believe you. I have never looked for it. I've never looked for it. Dry ice to me was what they had at the science center when you were a kid and you went and it like started smoking. But I think that was actually liquid nitrogen, which is a lot different. And probably not a thing you want to put in your cooler. Okay. We need to have corn kernels, a cup of corn kernels, butter. I'm already bringing, you know what? Okay, when I say that I forget to bring butter, this is what I mean. Like sometimes I will forget the thing that I forget most when I'm camping is butter and milk. Because they're sort of like not permanently affixed in my head. I don't know. So that's so annoying. Welcome to the modern world. Welcome to the modern world where you have to go home so that you can deliver groceries to someone else's. That's really funny. Man, Lil Mac, hello. How was the rest of your tent camping? Um, it was great. Oh, so fluff. No. Oh no. Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna see if we can fix that glitch immediately, because that is not gonna fly. That is not gonna fly. No, I will. I will. I will. Chat count response case. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Hold on. There it is. Chat counter tracker code. If user message count equals. Oh, I know why it's doing that. I actually do know why it's doing that. Because it starts at 500. It starts at 500. All right, try it again. And if that doesn't work, I'm turning it off for a few moments, and I'm turning it off for the rest of the stream, because we're not going to no. Oh, hold on. I need this regex if equals if user message count equals this value. All right, one more time. Yeah, try it one more time. Hey, there we go. All right. Man, I feel like a fucking computer engineer. I feel like I just did some hacking. I didn't. I did not. Yeah, that'd be bad. Now, here's the thing. I don't know if it'll work. I do know that it'll still track doing whatever. I don't know if the count. I don't know if it will actually notify in chat anymore if you hit that. But I do know it'll count it. We'll see. I'm gonna leave it there. Twinrella says, "Oh my god." Yeah, well, one of the things that I do is go in and delete the entries to the 200, 201, 201, 202, 203. When I see those in Discord, I delete them so that I don't accidentally count them. Okay, let me get out my ingredients for this. Flour, cornmeal, and sugar. Flour. Oh my god. Flour. Everything is stuffed in this cabinet. It is not good. Flour. Cornmeal is not something that gets used all the time, so that is right in the back. There it is. Cornmeal. Sugar. Yes. Flour. Cornmeal. Sugar. Do I need baking anything? Buttermilk powder. Chia seeds. Oh, baking powder. I do need baking powder. Okay. Baking powder, not baking soda. Baking powder. And the chia seeds, I believe, are in the back, are in the refrigerator, because those are, that is a refrigerate that food. So those should be in the back here. Yep, right next to the buttermilk powder. And the buttermilk powder, I need to put the buttermilk powder through my spice grinder because it is chunky and weird. This is flax and chia blend, and I bought this for the last time that I made this recipe because it calls for a quarter cup of chia seeds or ground flaxseed, and that's literally what this is. In a resealable bag or container. So I have a cup of flour, a cup of cornmeal, a quarter cup, teaspoons, and then cheddar cheese. So I think I'm gonna do this in a bag. Because if I do this in a container, I need to add liquid to this, and then that's going to be too much for a quart container. So I need to do this in a bag and then mix this in a bowl. That's what we need to do. Okay. So let's get this bag out. Oh my God. Yeah, I was like, I heard it and I was like, oh, that's cool. And I heard it again immediately and I was like, oh no. Oh no. It went from great to a nightmare in like a second. Oh my God. Because it would be like that until it was it would be like that for 10 more messages. That's what it would be. Total. So it would actually not be that bad. It would end quickly, but it would be really annoying for like in a short span of time, as opposed to the annoying every day for 10 days with the check-in thing, which is different. Yes. Extra compensation for the troubleshooting help. Yeah. Listen, our moderators get paid in gratitude and the occasional cookies. A cup of flour, a cup of cornmeal. Gwen's home, by the way. So that means that shortly here, we're going to get to see some bottle feeding baby kittens. Hopefully, maybe. Depends if she's up for it. They're very cute. They're also very, very loud. And it is, now that I'm saying that, it is about to get very loud in this house. Because Gwen's coming home, which means that Calvin's going to come in to say hi to her, which means that all his friends who are still here are also going to come in. They're all going to want to see the kittens. They're going to be in this kitchen. So I guess what I should say is this is probably the end of stream. Because for the next like 20, this is the end of any like functional like good work. It's not the end of stream, but it's the end of like any productive aspects of this stream. At least that's how I'm envisioning what's about to happen here. Which is fine because we're really quite close to being finished the actual work of the stream today. So, quarter cup of buttermilk powder. But now I'm like, shit, let's get through this. The buttermilk powder, I need to, as I said, I need to put this through my spice blender because it's chunky. And I noted that when I made the pancakes for our trip last time, it felt like it was chunky. Like it didn't dissolve in the mix when I mixed it. So it really needed to ground up a little bit. But this should work pretty well. Yeah, Twinderall, I think so. I mean, I did mention it before leaving today, so I think the expectation is there. I'll say that. There is a known expectation that will be a thing. But we'll see. All right. This is normally how you process buttermilk powder. No, it's not. Did somebody order some kittens? How many cats you got there right now? 4 right now? Okay, you got Clifford back? How's he doing? Does he look sad? Clifford got his balls chopped off, i.e. neutered, today, and he's back. It's a quick surgery. It's an outpatient, they don't keep him overnight, that's for sure. Which maybe they should. I'm like 10 minutes away from finishing using this like counter space here, just FYI.
they don't need to eat it till closer to 6, but if they're not eating,
Okay. Oh, so you're not in an emergency like have to
No.
feed cats right now.
No.
Okay, good. But are we going to be
Well,
able
I
to
can
see
take
them?
them out.
Okay. Gwen said she will take the cats out. This is best of all worlds here, honestly, because they don't need to eat right now, which means it's not like an emergency to get them out and fed. Which means I can finish up. Thank you. Please leave it downstairs.
All the way back downstairs.
Yeah, all the way downstairs. No.
Whole way.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we're cruising here. We're almost finished. I have to finish making the dry mix for this, and then we're going to do dry mix for this, and I think I want to look at the recipe for my dessert. I'm making like ground stone fruit, and I have a recipe that includes like a pre-made sauce, but I don't know what that actually entails. Whether that's a like level of effort. I'll tell you, if it's a level of effort that includes heating anything, I'm not doing it today. It's already hot in this house, and I don't want to turn the stove on anymore. And I don't want to create any more dishes, quite honestly. Okay, we're just almost through this. I'm gonna take a fork and kind of get these last little bits mashed up a little bit more, because they're not even getting down into the grinder itself. They're like too chunky. But yeah, I mean, this buttermilk powder is not expired by any stretch, but it's caked. It's a little caked. So I think it needs grinding. There we go. Okay. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but there have been little kitten voices just started chorusing in the background here. These particular batch of kittens are very loud. They're like they're screamers. So, which is notable. You know, they're not all like that. It's kind of fascinating. Some of them are super quiet. Like Pluto doesn't make any sound at all. These ones are like competing for attention. Daisy can hear them too. Like, she doesn't hear much these days. But they started chirping yesterday, and she was like, what's happening? I think maybe she also smells them, which is like, you know, also a thing. Okay, so this is about quarter cup here. We're pretty good. Almost finished. Once I'm finished this, we're going to add the sugar, chia seeds, baking powder, salt, and then we need to grate some cheese. So I do have one more dish to dirty today, and then I'll be finished dirtying dishes. I think these pancakes, I don't remember how many this makes. They're actually, I remember I made them, this was the first thing I made out of this book, and they were excellent. So I was very pleased with them. I'm looking forward to them again. I think it made like 5 or 6 of them, actually. It says it serves 4 to 6, but I don't know if that's like, I'm assuming that's like one big griddle cake each. Remember, they were pretty big. Okay. So this is almost finished here. Wow, Tondrella, that's incredible. No sounds? Is that a choice, or is there a like medical reason? I say choice, like not your choice, obviously, but like, that's just like a personality trait. Okay, that is it for the buttermilk powder. Toss this into the sink to soak. And I wish I should have done. I should have just popped that into the blender, honestly. That's what I should have done. Because that would have been a lot quicker. Apparently he's mute. Interesting. A deaf cat and a mute cat, and they communicate through body language. Now you need a blind one. Really, I think that's the next move, honestly. A 1/4 cup chia seeds and ground flaxseed. Okay. That. 4 teaspoons of baking powder. That's a lot of baking powder. Teaspoon. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4 teaspoons of baking powder. 1/4 cup of granulated sugar. Did not put that in yet. Let's put that in. Blind and three-legged. That's so funny. That's wild. Like, yeah, some of their like Ash, Obi, and Elsie all have different types of little like yells, but they are all somewhat vocal. This particular batch of kittens is particularly vocal, and whereas like Pluto and Saturn are not generally vocal. Like Pluto, I don't think I've heard Pluto say anything. Gwen says that Pluto meows and Saturn does not. So there you go. She knows. She's the one who would know. Okay, sugar and baking powder away. Baking powder away. Sugar away. This goes away. I'm going to get my cheddar cheese out. So we have our flax seeds and chia seeds, buttermilk powder back in the fridge. I realized the other day that I forgot to buy cheddar cheese, and I realized that I have a jalapeno cayenne cheddar cheese in the fridge. So we're going with that, even though it's definitely spicy. I'm going to taste a little bit of it and to see how spicy it is. Because if it's very spicy, I might opt for I have a little bit of Asiago in there too, so I might try to use some of that instead. But this also calls for 3/4 of a teaspoon of kosher salt, which we're not going to measure. We're just going to measure with our heart. That's about 3/4 of a teaspoon. And cheddar cheese. I've got a grater and cutting board. Let's do this. And now I'm going to try a little bit of this and just see how spicy it is. Gwen just came downstairs and goes, when are they going to leave? I don't know. Listen, they were outside for a little while when you came home after having been sitting in the living room watching YouTube for like an hour and a half. And I said, he's going to be fried when they're gone. Okay, he does have karate tonight, yes, and we've talked about it already. That'll be good. That's not aggressively spicy. That is definitely manageable spicy. Okay. So we need 1.5 cups of this. Woo. Yeah, it settles in though. But these are pancakes, and we're going to end up, we're putting 2 2 cups of water plus corn in here and green onion. So it's a lot more than just the spicy cheese. And it's not supposed to be spicy cheese. It just happens to be what I have. Just a few minutes here. I'm finishing up this thing, and then I'm going to clean up the counter. So we can have some cat visuals at the end of stream here, which it will not be super long because I'm aiming to be finished. I'm aiming to be finished by 5 p.m. It is 4:36 p.m. currently. So we toss the cheese in the mixture to coat. Okay, so we're putting a cup, 1 cup, and that's about 1.5 cups. Perfect. So we'll save this last chunk of cheese. The wrapper that it came in is actually no more good. I was going to say it's still good, but it is not. That is inaccurate. So let's wrap this up. A little bit of plastic wrap. And then I think I'm going to skip making. I'm going to look at the directions for the fruit sauce, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to do that on stream because I just I've been slowly cleaning the counter, and I feel like that might entail getting out a new thing, a new like. If all it is mixed together like sugar and vanilla in a bag, I'll do that. If it's anything more complicated than that, we're not going to do it. So if you had a deaf barn cat with blue eyes and she'd make meowing mouth movements, but nothing would come from. That's kind of sad. It's sad, but it's also like cute that you know that she was trying. She was like going for it, but couldn't quite get there. I'm sure it was cute and kind of funny and also sad to watch at the same time. She's like, oh, she's like, feed me, but not actually saying anything. Oh my God. As Daisy has gotten deafer and deafer and deafer, it's been interesting because her bark has changed. Because she can't hear herself barking anymore. So her voice, what she sounds like when she whines and when she barks is different now. And it's because she can't hear. Like she just can't hear it anymore. It's odd. Okay. Make sure to toss the cheese in the mixture to coat. Okay. Let's do it. Tossing the cheese in the mixture to coat. At camp, we need breakfast sausages, optional, prepared dry mix, 2 cups of water, 10 green onions, a cup of corn kernels. Okay, so we already got the green onions. I need to just get the corn kernels out and put those in a container. That's easy. That's super easy. We can definitely do that. Okay, but this is ready to go. We have our dry corn, cheddar, and green onion skillet cake mixture ready to go. And now I have corn in here. I have frozen corn. Obviously, the frozen corn is farther in the back than the peas are. But where? Is the corn? Not there, not there. Not there. Not there. It is in this refrigerator. It is in this freezer. Oh, there it is. I see it. It's all the way in the back on the bottom shelf. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Everything I'm pulling out of here is like hard frozen. So we're going to put these and take the opportunity to shove some stuff farther back because the corn I'm definitely going to want to get again before I get these containers of soup. Oh, look, French toast in there. That's cool. Didn't know that was there. This and this. This can go here. Look at that. We're reorganizing. It's amazing. This can go up here. Peas can go right here. Corn can go next to the peas or on top of. These can go here. Awesome. So when I put the corn back in, I can just put it in. All right. Adorable. Hello. Hello. Now, it calls for a cup of corn, and this is one of those really fantastic circumstances where we're just using a container that equals a cup. And like, so we're just gonna fill it up and put a little couple more in there. There we go. Corn. Cup of corn. All right. We are doing great with our corn, and that can go in the refrigerator now because it does not need to be frozen. And Kathy, hello, welcome. Where's my to-do list? Skillet cakes, dry mix, corn. Okay, I have one thing left on my checklist for today. Let's take a look at this fruit. Granulated sugar, zest of a lemon, 1/2 of a lemon bean. In a small bowl, combine the sugar and lemon zest. Using a sharp knife, slit open the vanilla pod, scrape its sticky black pulp, the seeds into the lemon sugar, reserve the pod. Rub the mixture with your fingers to break up the pulp and distribute it evenly. Transfer the vanilla sugar and reserve pod to an airtight container or resealable bag. I can do this at camp. This is a thing I'll just do at camp. Because I'm taking a lemon with me. I'm going to have sugar with me. I'll take the vanilla bean. I'm not storing a 1/4 cup of sugar. So, we finished our prep. That's wonderful. Let's clean this counter off just a little bit, because if we want to see a baby cat or 3, as there are 3 of them, I don't want them to get all in the stuff that's on the counter here. They probably don't care, but I don't want that. That was a terrible noise, and I don't think Gwen wants that. So let's clean up the counter. Boris, welcome. Hello. Good to see you. We are going to. So hold on, my cookbook I need to take with me because I want the recipes. Notebook I'm going to take with me. Again, we're like prepping. I'm prepping far ahead of the usual time. So we're doing good. What is this? Oh, these are notes for my beet cookies, which we haven't gotten back to in a couple weeks, and I feel like that one's slipping away, and I need to get back to like finishing that recipe because I really do want to finish that recipe. But these go in my notebook regardless. What I need to do is talk to my friend Megan about that one because I sent her a voice memo the other day, and then she responded, and then I didn't respond because I'm bad at it, you know.
I'm still a piece of garbage.
Because responding to people is tough, especially when it's non-logistical. Okay, we're gonna wipe the counter off, and then we can see some cats. Okay, that is the move. These towels are finished, and let's wipe this counter. Ready to go. Funny, our household of cats, Elsie has something to say whenever you talk to her or when you pick her up or whenever you interact with her. She's like, meow, meow, meow. She like has a little, just like a little one, like a little something to say, but not like, oh shit. But she doesn't like meow constantly. Whereas like Obi is very quiet, but is like very vocal when he's playing. And Ash is very vocal when he's like, looking for attention or when he is like focused on something, if he's like watching something happen. So it's interesting. They're all sort of vocal, but vocal at very different times and for different reasons. It's kind of funny. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to text Gwen and tell her we're ready for cats. Okay. Ready. All right. She knows that we are ready for some cat viewing, hopefully. Now we have so a little like housekeeping note. We are she is fostering these 3 cats. These are bottle feeding tabby kittens. They were dropped off at the shelter. They're not I'm not sure exactly like where they came from or like what part of the city they came from. But they are all siblings, like bottle feeding sibling cats. They are a week maybe old. Less than a week old, says Gwen. Yeah, so they're still super young. They don't have their eyes open yet. They don't have their they don't have their eyes open and they can't hear. So they are just like brand new to the world. There's nothing. One keeps hiding. I mean, they're yeah. Yeah. That is super cute. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, it is. We are ready. We are indeed ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't see.
Sorry, yes. I was looking for someone to raid while Gwen was going, and you couldn't see the camera. Where to what?
Hold them in front of and stuff. Wait,
Here.
who's this? This is Ratchet.
Hold on. Let me change this camera, and then you can zoom in. So center of the screen is here. If you don't want to hold them up. Ratchet.
Mm-hmm. Ratchet.
Move to your left a little bit. Nope, other way. Sorry. There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, so Ratchet.
I think Ratchet is a boy. But I could be wrong.
Oh my god.
Should I get him?
Uncommon, hello. Wild sounds there. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's
They all look exactly the same.
that was Ratchet. They all look exactly the same, Gwen says. They look a little different. So, that one looks darker.
Yeah.
Like literally like
Ratchet has a golden.
hold on. Same spot. Same spot.
Jesus. Ratchet has a golden face. This is Clank. Clank is a girl. Clank is darker.
Mrs. H, hello, welcome in. So thank you for the shout out. All right, we have Ratchet and Clank. Who can guess what the third one's named? Does anybody have a guess as to the name of the third cat? This is a cute one.
Yes, she's very cute. This is definitely a girl. Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh, hello. Shayna, hello. Welcome in. Shayna, we're looking at cats. We're looking at cats. Do y'all like cats? Same spot. Mitty, hello. 9.5, welcome in. Yeah, this is if you like cats, this is the stream for you.
Gonna get me out.
What's this one's name?
Dr. Nefarious.
Dr. Nefarious.
He's
So
a boy.
Gwen is fostering all three of these bottle feeding kittens.
Ratchet, Clank, and Dr. Nefarious.
Yes. They don't have their eyes open. They're less than a week old.
This is the only one with white feet.
Oh, okay.
That's how you know.
So Clank
And he
is
has a little bit of white on his face.
Clank is darker colors.
Clank has like a dark head. Dr. Nefarious has white feet.
Okay. And Ratchet is
Ratchet
the
has
third one.
a golden face.
Excellent. Dragon Cub, hello. Oh my God, they're so small.
He's trying.
And you can hear the other ones. You can hear the other ones screaming. Yeah, 9. We already, so at the moment, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4,
9.
5, 6, 7, 8. There are 9 cats in this house. 3 that are bottle feeding babies, 3 that are a month and a half old, and 3 that are a year old.
Mm-hmm.
9 is a lot. Shayna, 9 is a lot. Only 3 of them are living here full time. The
Also,
other
it
ones,
doesn't really count when they're in a box.
no. Oh wait, that's the wrong button. There we go. Back out.
Like 3 of them are in this.
Look at this.
It
It's like
doesn't
a
count.
this is like a Happy Meal. Except you shouldn't eat it. It's not. I mean,
They're all not.
you know what? We're not going to make that. We're not going to make that association. It is a box of cat. Yeah, they were sleeping. They were sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, we woke them up to say hi. That's what we were doing. We woke them up to say hi to the stream. Obviously. Okay. Well, we love it. There will be more cats. Gwen, I'll get those dishes. You're probably just washing your hands. You're not even thinking about those dishes. Okay. No, she just said, I'm not fucking doing that. Yeah, no. Shayna, you made the citrus cake. Oh yeah. The one that was like super dense, right? That was amazing. Also, this was for a birthday. Was it for a birthday? I'm assuming. I'm just make a good birthday cake. I think it makes a good anytime cake, frankly. Hi, welcome in. Hello. I made one and I ate it, so I had to make another. It sounds like a Chumbawamba song. Yes, it's exactly like a Chumbawamba song. It's not. There are kids in the house right now. That's why it's noisy. They're racing up and down the steps. One of them has a shark costume on. Anyway, welcome in, friends who just joined us. Let me say hi. But first, let me tell you that if you were hanging out here, Sharp Balloons, Shayna, is a friend of the stream, fellow non. There's a lot of gaming streamers. There's a lot of gaming streamers on Twitch, which we love, and Sharp Balloons is not one of them. Sharp Balloons, in fact, does balloon art.
Are you bringing those chips with you?
The chips? No, I'm not bringing the chips with me. You can eat the chips. I got the chips because you asked for chips. If I was bringing the chips with me, I would have them in a separate location. Happy about the chips. Don't show those to Calvin. Can you remind him? Cal!
Yeah.
It's 5 p.m. Just FYI.
He's saying that because you have karate.
You don't need to head out. I think it's just worth noting that it's 5 p.m. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I was saying you should follow Shark Balloons, which I believe that you should. It's one of those like core beliefs, I think. Anyway, we also have another lovely friend to stream who I want to make sure we talk about 9.5 fellow. We have several lovely non-gaming friends in chat, which we love. 9.5 is one of the founding advisors of the Makers and Crafting Creator Club on Twitch. If you are a creator of any capacity, there's a link to sign up for Twitch's creator clubs in chat, which we love. So please, I would encourage y'all to follow those folks, both friends of the stream, lovely humans. Two people who I've actually met in real life, which is super cool to say. Like, I love being able to say that. Anyway, friends who joined us, welcome. I should say first, as an admin note, that followers are silent. There's no alerts. There's no sounds, and I'm not going to say hi to you if you hit the follow button, unless you like say hi in chat first. In which case, if you want attention, you can get that. It's allowed. We'll do that. It's nice to have you. My name is Lou. I am a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I am a dad. I live in Philadelphia. I'm a parent. My pronouns are he, they. I'm very pleased to have any new folks here. Our stream is all about cooking and conversations, mostly vegetable forward family meals and recipe development, but also baking, meal prep, definitely snacks, and we get out in the world to do IRL streams on occasion. We'll be out in the world doing something IRL on Thursday this week, starting around 11 a.m. Eastern. Our community is enthusiastic about food, but also just conversation in general. Think of this as you're hanging out at your friend's house, sitting at the kitchen counter, chatting about whatever it is that comes to mind. That's the sort of vibe here. We're very kind of weird. We love a little innuendo, which is always funny and allowable. Maintain space to lurk and chat, whatever you want to do. Follows are silent. And let me tell you a little bit about what we were doing on stream today. What we were doing on stream today is getting ready to go on a camping trip for the purposes of a food and drink stream. That means that we were cooking. We did a bunch of stuff. We made pasta salad. What did we make? It's all in the refrigerator. We made a pasta salad. So we cut up a bunch of vegetables. We cooked some chicken. Cooked some orzo. It's like an orzo pesto pasta salad. We did that. We made a risotto, which is like, we made it fully, but we also made a compound butter with cheese in it to mix in when it gets reheated. I put together a cheddar cornmeal, corn, green onion griddle cake mixture that is basically like a big hearty pancake. We caramelized some onions, which is always really lovely. And then I prepped, just like in general, like stuff for that trip. So in lieu of showing you a finished product, because we don't have one, because I didn't finish things today, let me show you what we are going to make on this trip. So this is what we eat when we go camping. I say we, I mean my son and I. My son is 10. I also made this mushroom roast. This is going to be foil packet in the fire. It has mushrooms and thyme and shallot. I prepped some risotto, which doesn't have a picture in the book, of course. But this is the corn griddle cake situation. This was a thing that I've made before at camp. I am in fact going to serve it with sausage, as the picture indicates. But you have fresh corn and cheddar cheese and chives that go in there, green onions. What we're actually eating on the trip is more than that. We're doing some breakfast wraps, which I have already in the freezer. We're doing oatmeal, which I didn't need to do any prep for today. And then because we're going to a place that has a like camp store that sells like hot dogs and pizza and stuff, we're going to use that for a couple meals because, you know, that's how it goes. I am texting a friend back because they one of Calvin's friends who was here, parent, just texted me and said, "Can you send my son home, please?" Which is fun. We love when that happens. Funny, I don't ever text anybody to be like, "Can you send Calvin home?" I'm just like, let him stay. You want to feed him? You should feed him too. Feed him dinner. What could happen? He's not a gremlin. I mean, he is, but like not like that. Anyway, let's talk about what we're doing next. So our next stream is going to be on Thursday of this week. It is going to be an IRL stream. Unless it's in the kitchen, unless I decide to like work on a recipe. I do have a recipe that I need to work on. That's like an assignment, like a paid assignment. I don't know if I'm going to get to that on stream or not, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Regardless, I think that we are going to be live on Thursday. I'm going to be live a little earlier than our usual. So I think I'm going to try to go live around 11. I say that, but that probably means that I'll be live around like noon. I'm aiming to be live around 11. I need to be finished by about 4:30 p.m. or so. So it's going to be a hard stop and a soft opening for what that's worth. Anyway, next week, I don't know what the schedule looks like because I don't have it. I haven't really like gotten there yet. It's certainly one of those things that is a, it's the time of year where it's super busy. It's super busy. Anyway, we did some good stuff today. So I know what we're gonna raid. This is a funny one because we're gonna turn right around. We're gonna turn right around and raid 9.5 because they went live a couple minutes ago. Came in with a raid. Again, is someone who I have met in real life and enjoyed hanging out with. 9 is making a not so mini monster. I'm not sure exactly what that entails, but that's what we're gonna that's where we're gonna go. So we're moving out of the food and drink category today, which is fine. We can do that sometimes. So we have some raid messages in chat. Thank you, Sofa, for the raid messages. What am I? Wait, hold on. I want to turn the goodbye sounds on. There we go.
Bing bong. Goodbye, sir.
Amazing. Okay. So, I need to hit start raid. I didn't do that. I'm expecting that I have, but I didn't.
Don't you say goodbye?
Good night, sweet prince.
There we go. Okay, we got it. Oh, we figured it out. Okay. Anyway, thank you for hanging out today, y'all. I'm really glad that I got this trip prep stream in today because had I tried to get this in on Thursday, it would have been very stressful. It would not have been as relaxing. I don't know. Did I seem relaxed today? I felt relaxed today. I just knew I needed to finish at a specific time. That's all. Anyway, had I tried to do this on Thursday, I would have been very stressed about it. Today was great. I'm glad we got this in. I hope you all enjoyed the cats and the bucolic sounds of children playing in the background for hours on end of the stream. I appreciate your company. Luke, I see you. Thank you. That's basically all I got today. Again, be live on Thursday. I don't know. I have no idea what we're doing. I haven't looked at the weather. I just know that we'll probably be walking about in the city somewhere. We might just go get a coffee and sit and chat and people watch. Maybe we'll go look for some dogs or take a bike ride. I'm not sure. Regardless, we're gonna be live on Thursday. Thanks for hanging out today, y'all. I appreciate you. And I hope you have a lovely and safe rest of your day. Happy Tuesday. Again, social media links in chat if you didn't follow anywhere else. Yeah. All right.